The Federal Communications Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful.
Funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome.
Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's gonna be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Could you one time kick it? What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Hey, what's going on, gang? Good afternoon. Hi there. Greetings. Greetings. Hello. Willkommen. Bienvenue. Hi, my name's Alan Cox. Thanks for being here. He just said it, but I'll say it again. Because why not? Hey, say hi to Bill Squire. He's right over there.
Hey, creepy hugs.
Mary Santora's back. She's live in New York.
What up?
Poundcake's back in Studio G.
Afternoon, white people. Hello.
What was that voice?
I don't know. What was the voice?
It was very sensual.
Yeah, it sounded like you were trying to seduce the audience.
I always try to seduce the audience.
I'm not saying that's a bad thing. It's just I don't always
disagree.
I don't always hear that lilt in your voice. No, that's all we're trying to do here. Make no mistake. All I'm trying to do here is seduce this audience and lull them into a sense of enjoyment and satisfaction. Of course, it takes many different forms. Sometimes Poundcake can do it with just a change in inflection, and that's okay. If you'd like to join us today, I would love to have you. 216-578-1007. If you want to join us live on the phone, 800-348-1007, 35192 is the number to text me. If you listen to us on iHeartRadio, on the digital application, you can leave messages there for us. There's a very convenient little talkback button. Thank you guys for always being a happy staple in my life. This is what I'm talking about. I've had a lot going on, and I've been interviewing with 3 different companies trying to switch career paths. It's always nice to have you guys there. That's Brandon. He's in Ridgeland, South Carolina, if memory serves. They call that the low country, as in the on the low country. Maybe that's where we should send Poundcake. You know, I'm getting these ideas for where we could send Poundcake with the GoPro strapped to his head, and just to see what happens when we send him. You know, we'll start it locally, and then we'll move outwards in concentric circles. Probably, I don't know, over the next 12 to 18 months. And we'll see how far out we can get him at regular increments. Think of how well-traveled you're going to be once this whole thing kind of gets underway. And once you get a feel for it, and once we establish our Poundcake on the Road series, just think of how much fun you're going to have. Just think of all of the good times and all the people you're going to meet, and
tasting the city along the way.
Sure, of course. Yeah, tasting the city. Well, then, there you go. Thank you, Brandon, for listening to the program. Our own Mary Santora was out yesterday. She's back today. Mm-hmm. She had a big weekend. We were talking while you were gone that Uber and Lyft have decided to say sayonara to Minneapolis. And I had to wonder if it had to do with the fact that you were there.
Well, I
hope that didn't jam you up at all.
No, I didn't experience that at all. I took both Uber and Lyft over the weekend that I was in Minneapolis. Yeah. When was that supposed to be taking effect?
Well, I'm being a little facetious. I don't think they pulled the plug immediately, but literally like the end of the month, I think they said, we're out, because the state said, you've got to pay your drivers more. And they said, nah. Wow. So that's good news for people who drive cabs up there. But how did you find the city of Minneapolis? Was it stereotypically freezing?
No, I mean, it wasn't that cold. It was funny because I was at Sisyphus Brewing Company, which they've been running comedy in their back room. It seats like 100. It's an awesome room. I've done it before, but this is the first time I've headlined.
Is their logo a guy pushing a rock up a hill?
No, that's not the logo, but that is all over the brewery.
Yeah.
Their logo is just like a barrel, which is crazy.
Pushing a barrel up a hill.
Yeah. But the shows were great. The shows were, like I said, the room
It's a good
seats,
comedy
I think,
town.
yeah, the room seats 90. And Friday we had like 60, and then Saturday we had like almost 80. So Saturday was almost sold out, which was awesome. But we had a couple listeners come out.
We have bureau chiefs up there.
There was a woman who came out. She's not a bureau chief, and she specifically said she has never asked to be a bureau chief because we got too much going on. She was like, I feel like calling in and
Wait,
texting in.
she does or we
No,
do?
we do.
That
Like,
we have too much going on? Oh,
That, like,
all right.
We already have people, so we don't need more people.
Ah,
And I
well,
was like,
listen, that's fully within your, it's fully a decision for a person to make, but don't let that sway your decision as to whether or not you want to be on our map.
Well, that's what I said. I was like, well, just text or email
You're
Ellen.
in valued company there.
It's literally just your name on a list and a little dot on the map. And she's like, nah. I was like, well, you know what? You bought tickets to come see me, so that's more support than
of course.
you could ask for, you know? The shows were great. It was so funny. I got there Friday, and I got there like 7:45. The show was supposed to start at 8, and there were 6 people in the audience.
Ooh.
And yeah, I asked the door guy, I was like, dude, is this going to be like a 10-person show? He goes, well, we have like 45 pre-sale. He goes, so it should be good. And then he goes, but sometimes when the weather is nice, it prevents people from coming out even if they bought tickets.
Mm-hmm.
The high that day was 46 degrees.
But
That's a nice day in
Nice
Minneapolis.
day in
Ohio,
Minneapolis,
too, though.
yeah.
I know, but it just
It
made
was
me laugh
downright
so
balmy.
hard that I was like, 46 degrees will prevent people from coming out.
You take
like
what you
that.
can get, for sure.
It wasn't even sunny in 46, though. It was like
It was just 46.
yes, like a cloudy, overcast, windy 46-degree day.
They're like, we did it!
Well, then they all filtered in then.
Yeah, and then it filled up within the next 10 minutes. We went from 6 people to almost 60. So everybody I came at the same time. But it was a great
209.
weekend. Thursday, nice.
Yeah.
Thursday, I did a college gig at Miami of Ohio with Marcelo Hernandez.
People came all over me.
Not this weekend, no. Although Brian and I did have a session last night. So
Yeah! So at least one person did. All right,
Yeah.
good. No, somebody texted me yesterday and said, let Mary know that Marcelo show was dynamite.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
So they were there.
Yeah.
Weird. So we were like, oh, I wonder if it's not going to be the college gigs that I do in the middle of the cafeteria at 5 p.m. You know, it was a 9 o'clock show, almost 800 students, I think they said, mostly girls, you know.
I saw
myself.
your video. It looked bananas.
Dude, it was crazy.
Yeah, well,
It
he's
was
cute. He's
so-
the future of SNL.
Yeah, he's young, he's good looking, he's
Yup.
funny. So it was like
Bringing in the Latin audience.
No, it's Miami of Ohio.
Miami of
No,
Ohio.
for SNL.
Oh, yes.
yeah.
Yes. No,
It's
Miami of Ohio. It's
Ohio.
like so white. The whitest. I think
Very white.
he talked about being Latino quite a bit on stage. And there, of the 800 people there, I'd say maybe 20 people were like clapping and yelling for the Latino stuff. But yeah, it was bonkers, dude. It was like, I know, Alan, I think it's the Justin Bieber concert that you described as being one of the loudest things you've ever heard.
Yeah.
This was
Horny
up
college
there.
girls is
Dude,
louder. Yeah.
they were, like top of their lungs, screaming, some of them jumping out of their seats. I was like, this is insane to see. But, I saw this guy at open mics in Cleveland, but it's also like, yeah, you're a legitimate celebrity. You're on television. You're only,
It's
he's only
also
25
funny
or
to me.
26.
It's also funny to me when you think of a guy like him or Matt Rife or whatever, or there are all these, I shouldn't say all these, a handful of good-looking comedians who are funny or whatever, that those people will bring females out just because they're cute.
Yeah.
Now, they may discover that they're really funny, but they got them there because they're cute.
Yeah.
This guy's cute. He's here. Let's go see what's up. I've seen him around, and then you may walk away going, boy, he was really funny too. But what got those girls there is that he was cute. It didn't even matter how funny he was.
Yeah, I mean, that's...
Yeah.
Women
That's wild to me.
are
Goes to the
way
whole
more
time.
shallow than men.
I'm not
It's
even
been
saying
proven
that. I'm
again.
just
No,
saying,
it's
like,
proven again and again.
he's
because
a
look
he's
at
a
the
young
guys that
guy.
I think are funny. Bert Kreischer. Ugh. Tom Segura. Ugh.
You go because they're cute.
No, I go
you
'cause
don't.
they're funny.
Oh.
I work with Chad Daniels this weekend. He's one of the more attractive guys I find funny. and he still looks like a pile of dog crap compared to Marcelo.
Well, he's also got like 30 years on him, too. So, how old's
Probably
Marcelo?
more.
Like 24?
I think he's like 26.
Okay.
27, yeah.
He's in his prime, man. Good for him. In his
It was
prime.
crazy. It was a truly wild. I mean, they were a great crowd, though. Like a lot of times when people are that young, they've never been to a comedy show before.
The
And,
girls in the audience weren't crossing their arms and giving you side eye. Okay.
I crushed. I did so well, and I was like, man, if
Here's the real
every
test.
college were like this.
How did Greg Kennedy do, the other opener?
Greg, actually did pretty well.
Good,
He didn't destroy by any means, but he only
But he
Not
did,
cute
I think-
enough.
He was up.
He only did like
cute.
7 minutes, but yeah, I did 20. Greg did 7 after me, and then Marcelo Hernandez did 2 hours and 10 minutes.
What? Was it mostly Q&A? Was it half Q&A?
Nope. He did 10 minutes of Q&A.
Come on, man. That's
He
nobody.
did.
You don't even need to do that.
It's
too much.
I told him that after we got off stage. I go, listen, man.
Like hour 15.
I told him. I said, listen, I get it.
He's basking in it. He
You
doesn't.
don't get, right. You don't get to do these long sets very often. I fully understand. He was doing well, but I mean, after about the hour 10, hour 20 mark, there was some fatigue in the room.
Yes.
And-
They're like, I do have other things I got to do tonight. I have a final tomorrow, or
Right,
you
and
know.
that's why I was like, and there's like students who have to clean up this room after you leave. And I told him
Yeah.
after the show, where I was like, listen, dude, I get it. You're the guy. And you can tell me to F off if you don't like what I'm about to say. I was like, but I don't think you should make a habit of this. I was like, I get it. It's a college. They all love you. They all showed up for you. Totally understand. I was like, but you don't want to get a bad rap. Like, you don't want to be the guy who keeps everyone there for 2 hours, you know? And he didn't. He was like, no, I get it. Like, I understand what you're saying, but, you know.
Well, he's probably also not. I mean, in other venues, he's not playing to 900 people.
Or he's
so.
probably
Right.
contracted to do 2 hours.
No
Now
way.
Mary's going to be banned from everything.
Nobody's contracted to do
He's
2
contracted to
hours
do
of stand
1
up.
hour.
Yeah. No, he was feeling himself, and,
And that's
you know,
it. And I was like, I get
Mary's
it.
chastising him at the end
I
of the
didn't
gig.
chastise. I've known
Marcelo,
him
do
since
as
he
long as you
started
want
comedy.
if you want me to open for you. I'm not going to come in here with my big attitude. no,
don't
no,
have
2
any
hours is
Mary,
insane.
did you-
That's a long
Two-
time
2
for
hours is
anybody.
insane.
The best comics in the world, I don't think anybody's funny longer than maybe 70 minutes max. I don't
Yeah.
care who you are or how good you are. Comedy is not fun.
I saw-
mean, years ago.
Patrice O'Neill, I saw do like an hour 20, and it was incredible, but also it was enough.
That's
It
a
was-
long time.
Yeah, it's a long time.
Yeah, like 20 years ago, Dave Chappelle did a drop-in at the Pittsburgh Improv. Like, they announced it like that morning and sold out in an hour. And he did like 3 hours and 20 minutes.
It's too long.
And it's like people were just kind of sitting there,
it's a
and he's
Marvel movie.
yeah, he's sitting on the stool just talking, and he was clearly working some things out, you know.
That's
but
a
still, it's kind of
Scorsese
like,
movie.
Wow, that's.
Mary, did you see his dressing room and what snacks he had?
I've got to
Oh,
take a
Clay,
break.
I almost sent you a picture. It was packed. It was like, is all this in your rider? And he's like, yep. And it's so funny because Greg
Yeah, he
Kennedy,
needs 2 hours worth of snacks.
Greg Kennedy took most of it home because he brought a car.
That's what I'm talking about. And I
He
would be
took all
Greg.
of
That's
it.
why I
Yes.
relate. That would be me. I'd be his lackey, and I take all the food that he doesn't want home.
I'm going to break here. If you want to send me a text, 35192. You can watch live if you like at alancoxshow.com.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show.
On iHeartRadio.
Are you the decision maker in your company? Consider this. For the first time in decades, there's a better option for a corporate card and spend management platform. Meet Ramp, the only corporate card and spend management system designed to help you spend less money so you can make more. Most corporate credit cards offer points as incentives, but those points amount to less than their worth in real cash value. Ramp's corporate cards offer you cash back, real money in your pocket. Plus, you control who spends what with each vendor. And Ramp's software collects and verifies receipts automatically, which means you'll stop wasteful spending and close your books in hours instead of days. Businesses that use Ramp add up to 5% to their bottom line the first year. If you're a decision maker, adding Ramp could be one of the best decisions you've ever made. And now get $250 when you join Ramp. Just go to ramp.com/radio. Ramp.com
paid last year on tax prep, even if you filed online. Proof of prior year payment required when filing. New clients only at participating locations through April 7th. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com.
On a summer night in Melbourne, a tragic event left a 16-month-old boy without a mother. 46 years later, in the podcast Case File presents The Easy Street Murders, reporter Helen Thomas looks into questions surrounding one of Australia's most confounding cases.
So when we arrived, there was a young policeman just inside the door. He's been guarding it, and it was just a scene that you'd never, ever forget in your life.
Listen to Case File presents The Easy Street Murders on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Don't worry, spring is hiding just around the corner. And so is Poundcake.
Let me watch you poop.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Yeah, spring starts tonight. The vernal equinox. That was the name of my high school gym teacher. Vernal equinox. You know that Poundcake spring starts tonight at 11:06? Officially? And you can tell. You'll be able to tell because right now it's like 37 degrees. 11:06 tonight, when it becomes spring, it's going to be 42 degrees. It'll be downright balmy. Cavaliers get one over on the Pacers in Indianapolis last night, 108-103. You see the Cavaliers described in a lot of articles as injury-ravaged, which is never what you want your team to be known for. But 108-103, final over the Pacers. Donovan Mitchell, he's having a knee injury looked at. He's had a nasal fracture, and they're going to look at him in another week to see what's going on there. But 108-103 last night. Cavs are back home tomorrow night here at the Romo Fijo to play the Miami Heat before they hit the road again to get up to Minnesota. So 7 o'clock tomorrow night, Cavs Heat, as we get into the waning last few weeks of the regular season. You can hear all of it here on your FM home for Cleveland Cavaliers basketball. 100.7 W's. And on the iHeartRadio app. Remember, you can use the promo code CLOVER all month long for 20% off at CLE Clothing Company. As much as I think I'm mentioning it, I will invariably get messages from people that go, hey, is there a code this month? And I have to respond, indeed. And then I have to re-respond. I go, indeed is not the code. Clover is the code. So it's always takes a couple of little bit of back and forth there. But that's okay. So I'm walking to vote this morning. Polling place opens at 6:30. I go out the door and I'm walking up the street, and it's very, very cold. And so I see some people getting in their cars and getting into work or whatever. And I walk up to my polling place, and there's one guy. You know, wherever you vote, you walk up and everybody's got their campaign signs, and you get to a point. You know, there's a certain distance from the polling place where you can no longer stand or put signs or whatever. And there's one guy sitting there, and he's got one of those camping chairs. And this guy, it's very cold, right? It was like 28 degrees when I walked up. And he's the one guy that's there. Sun's not even up yet. And he's holding a sign for one of the people who are going to be on the ballot. Somebody running for like county prosecutor of Cuyahoga County, something like that. And he goes, now, the sign he's holding is the person that I planned to vote for anyway. So he's like, hey, if you get, please consider. And I go, well, you already got me. And he's like, okay. Well, I'm like, why are you out here and why is there nobody else out here? Like, he had a camping chair set up like he goes, well, it's going to be a long day. This dude, I don't know what they're giving him. I don't know what remuneration there might be for this guy or what he's getting out of it. Maybe he just considers that his civic duty. But this guy was there, and he says he's going to be there open to close. That dude's going to be sitting there, and it ain't going to get much warmer today. 28 when I walk up, but I mean, I think the high today is like 40. So this guy's going to sit there for 13 hours holding up a sign. Now, I don't know, maybe if the sun came up, more people are going to join him. But as of the opening of that polling place, it was one guy that was there. And I felt bad for the dude. I mean, obviously, he did it of his own volition.
It's a choice.
It was his choice to do it. Right. Conversely, you have people like Cody who don't vote at all. And I shouldn't put words in your mouth. I assume you didn't.
Nope.
No.
Yep, you're right.
Yeah. But you're going to, I assume.
No.
So this guy out there with the sign. Of course, I run into Duke, who calls the show. You know, Duke calls us with the dad jokes. He's always a polling place volunteer, so I always know I'm going to see Duke when I go to vote. Yes, Mary.
You don't know that guy voted, the guy in the camping chair. Just
No, I don't.
because
I
he's out
don't.
there with a sign.
Didn't say he voted.
Right, but that's my point, is that it's like he might not be doing his civic duty either.
I mean, I feel like it's a safe assumption that if you're going to sit there in 28-degree weather for 13 hours holding up a campaign sign for the guy, that you're probably going to go in and vote for the guy.
Maybe the campaign manager has something on him.
Oh, I see.
Right?
Oh.
Blackmail. Now you have to sit outside for 13 hours and your debt is forgiven.
I'll tell you what, that got to be the cold, sure, but the easiest blackmail ever. You got to sit outside because this guy probably had some kind of rations, probably had a hot coffee.
Oh, I love a hot coffee.
So if this guy was being blackmailed, and again, I didn't want to get too personal with him, so I just, on my way out, just had a couple of seconds of conversation with him, and he's going to be there all day long. But I guess you could be right. Maybe he didn't vote.
He could hate voting. He could be he wants, a king to rule. You don't know anything about that guy.
Right. Well, he was holding up a sign for a Democrat. So it's the Republicans who are really into like kings and dictators and stuff. This guy was not going on and on about that. But like somebody like Poundcake, that's a guy who hates voting. He's not going to stand out there and hold up a sign for somebody.
They didn't bribe me with hot coffee and other stuff.
He wasn't bribed with hot coffee.
You don't know that he wasn't bribed with hot coffee.
By whom?
I don't know. You said you didn't get too personal, but had he been bribed with hot coffee and
could you be bribed to sit outside on a cold March day for 13 hours with a hot coffee?
That's part of it, but I would need.
What are the other parts?
Well, I need like a nice place to go afterwards. Take me out to dinner.
Pardon me?
Get me a hotel room, shopping spree.
For your vote. For a vote.
You said sitting outside. That wasn't a vote.
Well, no, that guy was sitting outside.
Yeah, but
any reasonable person would look at a guy doing that much and say, obviously, he's involved in the political process. Mm-hmm. He will be voting. No reasonable person would look at that guy and go, he's going to pack up at the end of the day and go home and not cast a vote.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
Right, it might be the troll.
This might come as a shock. Not everyone's trolling. Some people are out there doing things, and some people are out there.
In this political climate, it seems like everything is a troll.
I know it seems like that, and yet it's not. There are actually people out there doing good work and trying to get people involved in the process.
Well, I'm just saying, people knock on your door and ask you for stuff. But when's the last time someone's knocked on your door, asked for your vote, and gave you a coffee? That's all I'm saying.
I don't drink coffee.
But that's not the point. No one's ever offered. Or a tea.
You don't know what people have offered me.
Hand your daughter a lollipop.
You don't know what people have offered me for my sizable public influence.
No, I do not. They say, sir, can we put air in your tire? Can we give you a free car detailer?
Can we put air in your tire?
Can we wait in line for you at the DMV?
I like how low you shoot. That's what I like. I like how low.
To the ground.
Air in the tires, coffee.
Or tea.
Waiting in line for you at the BMV.
Yep. But then it jumps. Like
the BMV is not even a line thing anymore. You can get in and out there so fast now.
You really can.
Okay.
Because so much of it is done online, and the people who do want to wait in line, it's because they've got some paperwork. And
I mean, I went in there just when I renewed my license, and you fill out the thing in the kiosk, and before I even sat down, they go, number 38, and that was me. I was like, oh, all right.
You got your...
I was in and out 5 minutes.
You got your federal ID?
Yeah.
I have to get mine.
They said you're not allowed.
Well, they don't have a choice.
Because you don't vote.
I'm a citizen.
They said not really.
Citizens vote.
So where's your birth certificate?
I have my birth
Bunch of birth certificate truthers.
You should register to vote when you do that. Because I guarantee you're not even registered to vote.
I'm registered to vote.
No, you're not.
Yes, I am.
Where? Where would your polling place be? You were to
Not
go
up to
up.
date.
I bet you.
You're not registered to vote.
I bet you think you're registered to vote.
It stays in the system for a few years.
If you put your name in one of those check your registration status online, you can go to like ohio.gov and stuff, find out where your polling place is, get your information. I bet you think you're registered to vote. I bet you're not.
Okay. I'll check. Want me to check it right now?
No.
Why not?
Alan, I was working the polls in University Heights handing out stuff, and it was unbearably cold. I did an hour and a half, and I still can't feel my fingertips. Can you feel someone else's fingertips? Because that's the real test. Alan, it's zero pay. It's all voluntary. No, I know this. Poundcake would need to be given something.
I didn't say pay. I said bribe. That's not pay.
Difference.
But it's still, that's the same as pay. Just because it's not money, it's still something for something else. There is a quid pro quo there.
Yeah.
It might not be giving you money, but you want some kind of compensation.
Yeah. Well, I don't know what to tell you.
Mike in Parma would like to know what issue or candidate would prompt you to get to the polls.
Don't know.
Now, Mike, the POLLS, not POLES. You don't know.
Nope.
Well, that's an honest answer.
Yeah, I don't know.
What candidate would send you to the pools?
The pools?
Like a bathhouse or something, you know? Yeah.
Pete Buttigieg, if he hit me up and said, hey, there's a circuit party, me and my husband are going to be there, you're invited.
He and Chasen? Yeah.
That's not his name. Chasen?
His
Like
husband's
Jason?
name is Chasen, yeah.
Yeah, I'd probably go.
Man, you were just asking for a gay kid with that name.
But they're just like a couple of parents, right? Like they're not going to circuit parties. I mean,
parents have days off too.
Yeah, but I
Mary's
mean,
sister is a parent. She parties.
What's that?
I said Mary's sister is a parent and she has fun. She enjoys her life.
I guess. Is she also the Secretary of Transportation? Because that might cut. Okay.
No,
didn't she used to be?
Yeah, wasn't that her former position?
No, because elected officials don't have any type of parties at all.
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that Pete and Chasen Buttigieg might not be Exhibit A for the guys going to circuit parties. It feels like more of a congressional intern type thing.
Next time the DNC rolls around, I'm just going to turn on my grinder, and if I see them, I'm going to say something.
You should. It's all about the engagement.
I bet you they're probably on that gay Raya.
Graya?
What's that? Yeah.
Graya. Yeah. Raya is the...
I know what Raya is.
Oh.
I didn't know there was a gay version.
No, there isn't. But there's
Wait,
just,
what?
You're gay.
They're on something
Raya.
that doesn't exist?
Raya is the celebrity dating app, and he's inventing a gay celebrity dating app.
Oh, I thought he meant it was like a subculture, like Black Twitter. There's gay Raya.
No, there might.
Okay.
Just like how there's Tinder, but you can change your, your preferences to male seeking male. So it's the same thing. Gay Raya.
You guys see Mary's foot in the group chat?
Oh, my God. I'm not having a good day. So everybody knows I've been trying to introduce our cats, my cat and the roommate's cat. And up until this point, mostly what's been happening is my cat won't come out, okay? She's shy. She's always been shy. She's always been a cat that hides. While the other cat is only 1 year old, so it's like kind of still a kitten and really wants to play, very curious, cool, right? That cat is out all the time. So what we've been doing is I've been leaving my door open and letting Chloe, which is my roommate's cat, come into my room and essentially just annoy my cat Duchess, where my cat will hang out underneath the bed and then Chloe will be like next to the bed and they'll be growling and hissing and whatever. But at least they're in the same room together. We're trying to get them acclimated. I'm annoyed because every time Chloe goes in my room, she either eats Duchess's food or tries to use her litter box or like she tries to take over the whole room. So I was like, I know Dutch isn't going to come out. She's not going to come out on her own volition. So what I did today is I was like, let me try to bring Duchess into the living room on mutual territory so that they can meet and Chloe isn't all up in Duchess's space, right? Because they were hanging out in my room for like an hour today with no problems. I mean, some hissing and some no fighting, no clawing. I bring Duchess out into the living room today, and before I'm holding my cat, Duchess, before I even get her to the couch, Chloe starts attacking my leg. Like, I mean, you can look on my Instagram at Mary Santora Comedy. She got me, dude. It is... like, I'm bleeding. She's all over scratching, biting, clawing, and I had pants on. So the she drew blood in multiple places through pants. And I like dropped Duchess, and I'm like trying to get Chloe off of me. I like grabbed the pillow and I'm like shooing her away, and because I didn't want to like kick her or punch her or something, you know? So I like grabbed a pillow and I'm like trying to hit her away from me. And I was screaming. I'm like screaming in our living room. I was like, Sarah, Chloe's attacking me. Chloe's attacking me. Sarah, Chloe's attacking me. And she didn't do anything. She didn't come out and get the cat. She didn't do anything. And I finally get the cat off of my leg. She's like going crazy. Duchess ran back into the room. Sarah comes out and goes, what's going on? I was like, look what your freaking cat did to me, dude. And then she was like, Chloe, what? That's not nice. Look what you did.
Oh,
That's
so she took care of
bad."
it.
No, yeah, she took care of it. And I was like, dude,
What is she
honestly,
supposed to do?
grab her cat and move it away from me?
That
She
sounds.
didn't even touch the cat.
Sounds violent.
She didn't even touch the cat.
You can't be engaging in any kind of animal cruelty like that.
Like, Sarah was standing at the edge of the couch. I am like pushed all the way back in the corner of the couch with the pillow up like a shield, like trying to get this cat off of me. And Sarah's just standing there. I was like, get her out of here, dude. What are you doing? I can't even stand up. Like, I can't get off this couch. And obviously my heart rate's like 1,000. You know, I'm freaking out. And so I got bit by a cat maybe close to 10 years ago now. It was like 2015. And it got so infected. Like, I was on IV antibiotics for a week. I had to go in and get IV antibiotics. So immediately I start looking through our drawers for like hydrogen peroxide, and we didn't have any. So I hurried up, put my shoes on, and left to go get hydrogen peroxide. And I'm like, I'm fuming. I am so mad. And I'm not mad.
So things are going great.
No, but here's the thing. I'm not mad at the cat. I don't know what set her off like that. If it was just me holding my cat or like bringing her into the common space, because she's never, ever had a reaction like that before. Like, I've pet her cat. I've played with her cat. There's never been problems.
Oh.
So I'm furious. I'm so mad. And this walk is actually good for me to go get this hydrogen peroxide. I come back and I go to Sarah. I said, hey, man, next time you hear me screaming, could you please come get your cat? And she was like, I didn't know. I didn't hear anything. I just heard you saying Chloe's name. I said, yes, but that's your cat's name. So if I'm screaming Chloe at the top of my lungs, I would think that would maybe trigger like you to come into the room.
Mm-hmm.
And she was like, oh, I'm sorry. I didn't hear you saying she was attacking you. But I was like, okay, how about this rule moving forward? Any screaming from either of us, the other one comes in and investigates. How about that? And she was like, okay. And she was a little embarrassed, but I was like, dude, if you heard someone screaming, you wouldn't immediately rush to find out what was going on?
It depends on who it was.
Your roommate?
No.
Hey,
you a bitch.
Right.
That's all I think.
I mean, and
that's probably what Duchess said to start the whole thing.
Benson bomb scissors.
Who wants only one thing in a woman?
Get the cat out of here.
Mm-hmm.
So I was really worked up, and I told her, and we had that talk where I was just like, how is this not what you automatically think? Like, if I heard Sarah screaming, even if she was in her room with the door shut, I would still knock or try to go in there, you know? But, yeah, so trying to get the cats introduced today, which it's just so crazy because they've never fought each other.
Maybe take them out to a nice dinner.
Maybe. They've never swatted at each other. They've never done anything like that. And then when I am carrying my own cat into the living room, that sparks something in this other cat to attack me. She attacked me. She didn't go after my cat. She didn't do anything. She immediately, as soon as I got into the living room, attacked me, which I thought was friggin' crazy. But I cleaned it with soap and
Because she
water.
thought it was okay that Marcelo did 2 hours and...
Yeah, that's what it was.
Maybe she was getting a hinky vibe off of you.
But
animals are weird, boy.
Before. That's what I'm saying. There's never been a problem between me and my roommate's cat. There's never been like a fight between the two cats themselves.
Mm-hmm.
But when I am carrying my own cat, now all of a sudden she has a problem.
When's the last time Dutch has been in that space when she's been in that space?
They never have.
Right, and so that was
But
probably
why
her being
attack
terrified.
me?
Because you're carrying the cat.
You were in the way.
Yeah, you.
But why not attack the cat?
Because the cat was in your arms, so you were the.
Oh, you're
Maybe it
saying
was
she
trying to attack the
climbing
cat.
up my leg to get to the cat.
Yeah.
But then when I put Duchess down and Duchess ran away, Chloe was still attacking me. She didn't run after the cat.
I don't know. Maybe you suck.
I don't suck, dude. I'm pretty awesome.
I don't suck, dude. I'm pretty awesome.
I mean, not like to people, but to cats.
I don't know.
Maybe to cats. Wait.
Were you wearing your catnip perfume today?
I was not. That's the thing. I
Oh.
normally wear that.
Yeah, ode to catnip.
To attract all the city cats.
Are you on your period?
I'm not on my period. No, she did not smell the blood like a shark.
Oh, God.
She drew the blood. She's bloodthirsty.
Uh-huh.
But yeah, I washed it with soap and water. I put the hydrogen peroxide on it and then put Neosporin on it because I'm like, dude, I swear to God, if this gets infected and I lose a leg, if I lose a leg over this,
Lose a foot.
And income.
Have you seen Mary Santora, the peg leg comedian? She is delightful.
I think there's stump guys out there too, though.
Stump fetish?
Yeah.
I was like, dude, you owe me $5,000. Do you understand how much money? I would not make $5,000.
Bet you can't stump me with jokes. That's your new hook.
But yeah, not a great morning.
Wow.
Cat drama, big time.
Sorry to hear that. Anyway, I took a walk with my dog, and it was fantastic.
I knew that was coming. I was just waiting. I was like, go ahead, let it out.
I
thought, you know, real quick.
I had a
you know what
problem because
thought?
my dog was cuddling on my chest this morning.
Cute.
Just being adorable and soft. And she's been recently groomed, so she's extra soft and smells so good.
I thought Alan was going to hit me with another win for cats. That's what I thought was coming.
No, listen, you got hurt. That sucks.
Yeah.
I can't revel in that.
What did you do to make that cat swat you?
You're right. You're right.
Or were you wearing a short skirt, Mary?
I was wearing sweatpants.
Asking for it?
Asking for it.
Sweatpants and a t-shirt. I did not have a bra on, though.
Showing
so
too
maybe
much
that was
shoulder. All right, when we get back, I'm going to have those. I have Sonic Temple tickets for you a little closer to 320. Those are on the way out. 311 tickets for you later on, too. You want to go see Burt Kreischer? He's bringing his big festival down to the Hall of Fame Village there in Canton, so we'll do those later on, too. 35192. Want to text me for anything, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everyone. This is The Buzzard.
From the Bath Authority Studios.
100.7 WMMS, Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
The Buzzard. The Buzzard. Alan Cox Show on The Buzzard.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Three 35192. Want to send me a text. If you're watching at AlanCoxShow.com, the live video stream, thanks to Bubba Nappernally for assisting today back there in our video department. Hey, Eric.
Yes.
What's going on, man?
I just wanted to, I think I want to be Mary's Dr. Phil.
Well, she's right here.
I'm ready.
All right. So, you took your cat that was basically a spoiled child and introduced a young cat to the situation, moved her to New York, and it's a horrible situation. She doesn't want to conform to the normalcy you're looking for. She doesn't want to share.
My cat didn't attack me. My roommate's cat attacked me.
I'm never going to follow your rules, dude.
That's right.
Never going to conform.
My cat.
Your
My
theory,
cat's good.
Your theory would make sense if my cat was the one who attacked me, but it was not.
Yours is the younger, hers is the younger.
Mine is the older. My cat is 10.
Right. Hers
My
is
cat
like a
the
kitten.
One, right. It's 1. So your theory would make sense if my cat was the problem, but it's not.
Yeah, your cat doesn't want to share. So
Share what?
Well,
My cat
the cat
literally
didn't do
nothing
anything.
wrong today. My cat didn't do anything.
for the same reason you don't drive a 1986 car, get rid of the old cat, get you a new one. They'll get along great.
Eric's answer is get a new cat. Punt your cat and then get a new one.
My best friend of 10 years.
Right. The only connection to her life she's got in New York. And, all right. Well, we'll put that in the advice column in the suggestion box here at iHeart Cleveland. Thank you, Eric.
Hey, your cat that's causing literally no problems, get rid of it.
I do have a question for you.
Well,
though.
I got a lot of texts in the break, and the consensus is along the lines of maybe you're still forcing it. Put some of your roommates' cat's food near your cat, and they'll start to use each other's litter boxes, conceivably.
Everything I have read online says that is absolutely the worst thing you can do.
Oh, okay.
That you are not supposed to have, they should have separate food and separate litter boxes no matter what.
Okay.
That's forcing it because then they don't feel like they have their own scent or their own area or their own food or whatever. Plus, my cat is on a very expensive prescription diet, so I'm not going to mess with that.
If your cat was growling or the little one was?
My cat will growl and hiss at the other cat. My cat Duchess will
Maybe
growl
the other
and hiss
cat
at
thought.
Chloe.
Maybe the other cat thought Mary was hurting her cat. Hurting her cat.
My cat didn't. I mean, she wasn't making any noises. She wasn't
Yeah.
screaming. She wasn't doing anything.
Well, listen, as a longtime cat owner, I'll assume that you, obviously you're going to know way more than I am, but I mean, I assume that people texting me are cat owners as well, but yeah, okay.
I'm just tired of her cat being in my room and messing stuff up and trying to use the litter box and trying to eat Duchess's food. And
You don't shut the door?
well, here's the other part, too. The heater is in my room. So if my room is closed 24/7, my room is 80 degrees. And then the rest of the house is cold. So I can't leave my door open and then have her cat have free range in my room because she'll use the litter box and eat my cat's food and mess stuff up.
Gotcha.
But if I try to bring my cat into the living room so that I can leave my door open, I get attacked.
Are you concluding at all that the two of you each having a cat was a bad idea, or it is what it is? You'll just have to ride it out?
It's not like one of us was going to get rid of him.
Well, if you listen to Eric and he sounds like a guy who knows what he's talking about, just throw your cat away and get a new one.
No, my cat has not attacked anything yet.
Sounds like it's time for the Rainbow Bridge.
If anything, the little cat needs to be thrown in the trash.
You got to have one more litter box than you have cats, somebody says.
Listen, dude, we can't even get them in the same room together. I mean, same room in that Duchess is under the bed and Chloe is not, sure. But I feel like a shared litter box is a little while away.
Well, no, but the point, that's what when I lived with my ex-wife, we had 2 cats.
Yeah, you had cats.
And you have to have 3 litter boxes.
Okay. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Because cats are so whatever. You got to over-accommodate them.
My cat, they're never in the same space together. So
Yeah, I
the
know.
chances of them using that 3rd litter box is very,
Just
very
put
small.
it in the hallway.
You know how
halfway in between.
You know how easy dogs are? We don't even have a litter box.
That's pretty nice. I didn't think about that.
Now let me ask you this.
Ready.
There are going to have to be people out there who really want to see scraped up feet.
I hope so.
Have you put them up?
I put.
Are they
well,
up for purchase?
On my story, I posted the video of the cat. I have 3 big scratches
Well,
across
give it away
my
for
right
free,
foot.
homie.
But listen, I did have 2 guys be like, cute toes, though. So, like, I don't think they care. I don't think foot guys care if there's scratches on them.
No, not that they care, but that there might be other people who specifically like.
Prefer that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
That I don't know. That I don't know.
Okay. Not that your normal garden variety foot pick dudes would care.
Right.
But that there might be some people, to them it would be considered a premium.
Maybe. Maybe.
Mm.
I just want them to get along.
Alan, what about in addition to expensive prescription food, Mary and her roommate get couples therapy and individual therapy for each cat?
Cats can't talk.
Does that
But
mean they can't feel?
They can communicate with each other.
So I don't think I'm at the hire a cat therapist level yet.
Can you hire the guy with the bad sideburns and the guitar case that's full of cat toys to come in and get your cats to be friends?
I don't know who that is, but I'll try.
He was on Animal Planet or something. He had a big, thick pair of glasses. He's like the rock and roll cat psychiatrist or something. I don't know, some dumb thing like that.
What about a 3rd cat?
And
See,
a 4th.
we thought about that.
Yeah.
We thought about maybe we get a mediator cat, a licensed.
It's
maybe
pronounced
that's
meat
what it is.
eater, Mary.
A licensed.
They all should be.
Counselor cat
A counselor cat. Yep.
to come in and smooth things over. But then what if that cat picks sides?
You can't have that.
See, that's what I mean, though.
Yep. They need to be non-judgmental. They need to be objective.
Bipartisan.
Yes, they need. Yeah, they can't have feelings one way or the other. They have to remain impartial.
Broward Sheriff's deputies arrest a man who they say has more pussy than he can handle. I'm Kathleen Corsa with that story coming up on Channel 6 Action News.
That's the downside to ending up with too many cats. Hey, Margaret.
Hi.
Hi.
So, Mary, I want to tell you, I grew up with a cat who...
Oh, good for you.
I knew that. Who every time, so she was like an only cat, but every time she'd see a cat outside, like, say, a neighborhood cat out at the front door or something, she would attack me. So, like it was just anytime she saw another cat around me, she would attack me. And it was just a weird cat thing that they did. And I don't know why they decided to attack a human instead of going after the cat.
Well, and that's I've had them in the same room, like further apart, where like I'll be up on the bed with my cat, Duchess, and I'll be petting my cat, and Chloe will be on the ground, right? And she's never, like, she has seen me with my cat before. She's never lunged at me. She's never done anything, like, nothing like that. This was, like, completely the first time, I hope, an isolated incident. But, yeah, I don't understand that either, where it's like, I thought it was like, maybe she thought I was, I don't know. I don't know what she thought.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Margaret. Appreciate that.
I wish cats could talk.
Well, I, for one, am glad that they can't. I don't think that I would want my dog talking either. My dog's great, but I wouldn't want my dog to have the power of human speech.
Why? You don't want to know what's going on with her?
Nah.
When she wakes you up 15 times in the middle of the night,
We got a
just
good...
say,
No, she's
"Hey."
been pretty good with that. She's not doing that, really. We kind of understand each other.
Yeah.
And, yeah. No, because, you know, like when dogs bark, all they're saying is, hey, 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 hey. Like, okay,
Yeah,
well,
my dog would just be saying,
hey.
Can we eat? Can we play? Can we eat? I gotta pee. Play.
Uh-huh.
Play.
Play,
Oh,
play.
poop. Play. Play. Sleep.
Sleep, play, yeah. Yeah. Did you see they picked the new James Bond? Did you read about this? You know who this dude is?
ATJ, right?
ATJ. They said that the deal is on his manager's desk, and they are just
waiting,
getting ready to cross their T's and dot their I's. Aaron Taylor Johnson is the guy. You know who he is, Cody?
Yes, I do.
Now, what do you know him from? Because he's been in a lot of things. Or do you know him because his wife is way older than he is?
Don't know him because I know he had some nudes leak and he has a hog. That's how I know
Oh,
him.
really?
Yeah.
Aaron Taylor Johnson
Where
is.
do I know him from? He plays a douchebag in something.
He was in Kick-Ass. He was
He's in Savages. He was in the Marvel. He was Quicksilver in one of the X-Men movies, I think.
Or not
Is it
X-Men,
Winter Soldier?
No, not Winter Soldier. It was, like the cutscene in Winter Soldier, but it was Age of Ultron. He was in that.
There
and
you
then
go.
he was also. I don't think did they ever release that movie where he.
He's Kraven the Hunter.
Yeah, Kraven the Hunter.
That's coming out this summer.
Okay.
But it's been done for 2 years.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Because it's going to be another.
So he's
turd.
been in a lot of stuff. He was in Bullet Train, which I thought was
that was a good one.
That was better than people gave it credit for.
I mean, it's just fun. It was.
Yeah, Brad Pitt. And, Aaron Taylor Johnson. Now he met his wife when he was 18 and she was 42, and they are still married. They got a couple of kids. She's a director. Her name, because they both changed their name to the same thing. His name is Aaron Johnson, and her name was Sam Taylor Wood. So they both changed their surname to Taylor Johnson. And she was directing a movie he was in. He was 18 and she was 42, and they started dating and got married. And they're like all in.
True love.
Yeah. So he's 30-something. She's whatever that math is. She's 56 or I don't know. But yeah, he was in a lot. She directed the first 50 Shades of Grey movie. She's the director of that Amy Winehouse biopic that's coming out in a couple of months. So they both do a lot of work, but, these names had been tossed around for a while about who was going to be the new James Bond. A lot of people thought that Idris Elba should be that, but of course he's black, and some people just can't get their heads around a guy who's black playing a fake character who's been white up till now. Some people suggested Tom Hiddleston. I thought he would have been real good. Maybe a bit too wiry. Because back in the day, James Bond was like a kind of a thin dude, right? It was Roger Moore and it was Pierce Brosnan. And then they cast Daniel Craig, who was kind of more like the James Bond of the books, was kind of more of a rough and tumble kick-ass dude. So I think this Aaron Taylor Johnson, who is no stranger to getting all jacked up for movies, will be good. Daniel Craig played James Bond for 15 years. And
Zaddy energy.
Daniel Craig?
Yeah.
Yeah, man, that's a dude who, I
don't care.
Got in good shape for those movies, too.
There's exception to every rule, because I'm I could never date a man over 50, and I'm I'd make an exception for him.
Wait, why? I thought you wanted an old guy to, marry you and wife you up and take care of you.
Old to him is 42.
But, in the 40s, I don't know. It was too much of an age gap.
You're 30.
It's
31.
20, but I'm saying 20 years is too much?
Yeah.
Okay.
Why?
Because it's too much for me.
It is for him.
I would sleep with a man in his 50s, but
I say just leave it until you, don't make a rule, because then you got to break the rule when you meet the guy.
I was going to say,
who cares?
He says this now because he's not faced with the fact that...
well, then I'll be a hypocrite when...
Well, not a
when I meet
hypocrite,
one,
just people's opinions change.
But, that 20 years, that's a big age gap. And by that time, you're going to have this isn't about me.
But you started talking about you.
Yeah,
you said I couldn't date somebody
you
over
gave it
50.
the old Poundcake special.
Well, I didn't think it would just
make
go
it about me
in depth like that. But he is Daniel Craig is just he encompasses everything that I want in a man. He's masculine but still smooth and suave.
Except the age thing.
Yeah, but I'd make an exception because he checks all my boxes. The only thing that doesn't check is the age thing and the foreskin. But other than that, it's fine.
Well, you don't know the state of his foreskin.
Yeah, he did a nude scene.
In Layer Cake? What movie did he do a nude scene?
I don't remember.
Daniel Craig?
He did. He was in.
He wasn't naked in any of the Bond movies. Not full frontal.
He did full frontal. I think it was the girl with the dragon tattoo or something like that.
Oh, okay. The remake?
Yeah, he was in that.
Okay.
But again, if you go.
And
nude,
they
I'm
got
see.
close enough for you to see that he still had a Shar-Pei down there.
I'm judging because he's British, but.
So you don't know.
I'm assuming.
Yeah. Well, he's got a hot wife. Age appropriate, I guess. He's married to Rachel Weisz. Yeah, okay. So no Daniel Craig for Poundcake.
No, Daniel Craig for Poundcake.
He's 56.
I said he's the exception to the rule.
All right. You got to give Daniel Craig credit for not getting pigeonholed into the James Bond thing. As long as he played James Bond, he's done other movies, and you're like, you don't look at him and go, "That's James Bond. I can't get into this." Right? He was in Lucky. What was the NASCAR movie where he played the hillbilly with Adam Driver?
Oh, I didn't see
the
that
Soderbergh
one,
movie.
yeah.
I think it was funny. Lucky Larry or something. And then he does the Knives Out movies, and he's good in those.
Yeah, and he's made that a whole character into itself. That's pretty iconic, so that's great.
Logan Lucky was the one with him and Adam Driver and Channing Tatum. That was a funny movie.
I never even heard of that.
It's 2017. Steven Soderbergh.
He plays a comedic role, or is he the straight
Yeah.
man?
No. He's like he does a Southern accent. He's like a
Interesting.
Kentucky
He loves doing
dude.
a Southern accent.
Yeah.
Isn't he British?
He is.
He
Southern,
did
a Southern accent's not hard to do. A lot of British actors
do. He does
do it.
the Southern drawl in Knives Out too.
Yeah, there's like a Cajun New Orleans thing there.
Benoit Blanc.
Benoit
got a
Blanc.
Cajun thing going.
Logan Lucky was a very fun movie. And it's a little something for everybody. It's got Adam Driver, who I think looks like a friggin' who knows what, but people think he's hot.
He's cute at all.
He looks like a Tim Burton creation came to life.
Yes.
He does have but his face is too big. Tim Burton's are all skeletal looking. I feel like his face is puffy.
Well, that's what happened when he came to life.
Oh, he filled out his cheekbones.
But Katie Holmes is in it, and Seth MacFarlane's in it, and yeah, it's an entertaining movie. So anyway, Aaron Taylor Johnston, they say, will be the new James Bond, and it's just a matter of making it official. But yeah, he's in that Craven movie, which you comic book nerds we know is one of Spider-Man's primary antagonists. Although they acted like the Craven movie, they were kind of trying to keep the whole Spider-Man thing at arm's length, like they were trying to do.
That's what they're trying to do with because there's the MCU and then there's this Sony spin-off universe with what's his face, Venom and Craven and Morbius and Madam Web, and all those movies are just. I mean, the first Venom was okay. The second one was blech.
But they're starting to combine all of them now. I
Right,
mean,
but they try to fold those in a little bit just to get people going. But that's with all the multiverse stuff that has everybody tired of the MCU because like, no, this means anything anymore.
Right, who cares? Well, they are putting all 8 Spider-Man movies back in the theaters next month. So you can go all the way from Tobey Maguire to Andrew Garfield. What's that?
Back to Tobey Maguire.
Yeah.
He's in the last one.
To Tom Holland. They're going to be dropping all 8 Spider-Man movies in AMC theaters starting April 15th through the 3rd of June. They'll do one of them a week. I think the only one of those I've ever seen in the theaters was Spider-Man 2. I just don't go to the theater to see this. And I love Spider-Man, but I'm like, I'll watch it on TV.
I think the only 2 I've seen are the first. Is the second one the one with Doc Ock?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, then those are the only 2 I've seen. Wait, who's the bad guy? And the third one is when he puts on that.
That's with like the
Black
lizard
suit,
and the
yeah.
Sandman, I think,
Okay,
right?
I haven't seen
No,
the third one then.
the third one's with Venom, but it's the Topher Grace Venom.
Oh, yeah.
Wait, Topher Grace is the first 2.
No,
No.
Topher Grace is in the third one.
Is Topher Grace Spider-Man in the third one?
No. He's the bad guy. He's
Venom.
like the original
I've
Venom.
definitely only seen the first 2 then.
First 3 is Tobey Maguire, middle 2 are Andrew Garfield, I think, and the last 3 were Tom Holland.
Yeah. And then who's the guy that he was in Freaks and Geeks? That's who you're probably thinking of.
Seth Rogen.
No, but
Judd Apatow.
You guys are so close. He got canceled lately.
Paul Rudd.
Canceled? Oh, not T.J. Miller. He
No.
wasn't in
He wasn't in Freaks and Geeks. I just met him the
Franco,
other night at the
James
stand.
Franco.
James Franco
was a
that's the
Green
one.
Goblin.
Yeah, he was in all the.
James Franco was his
James-
best friend.
Yeah, he was in all
Yeah.
the Spider-Man movies, but then becomes a bad guy in the last one.
Oh no! Spoiler alert.
Oh yeah! Spoiler alert!
alert
Oh,
for
I'm
the
sorry.
15-year-old movie.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Well, anyway, they're going to and a nerd alert because they're putting them all back in the theaters. So a nerd alert and a spoiler alert. It's to double down. I got a break. Want to go to Sonic Temple? They are now doing 4 nights, 16th through the 19th of May, down in Columbus. Any heavy metal and hard rock band you can conceive of is going to be there, and I will have those weekend passes for you after the break.
This is the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device you have. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
From the Universal Windows Direct Weather Center, WMMS Weather.
Windy with mainly cloudy skies for your Tuesday. Highs in the
Case-File presents The Easy Street Murders on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
It's time to give. It's time to give stuff away.
All right, you're going to go to Sonic Temple General Admission Weekend Stadium passes here for you. The Sonic Temple Art and Music Festival, May 16th, 17th, 18th, and 19th, up to 4 full days and nights out at Crew Stadium in Columbus. Disturbed, the original Misfits, Pantera, Slipknot, Sleep Token, Sum 41, Judas Priest, Cypress Hill, Evanescence, Mudvayne, P.O.D., Breaking Benjamin, Seether, Of Mice and Men, Clutch, Baroness, Code Orange, Avatar, Machine Head, and believe it or not, many, many, many more. Caller 10, these are yours, sonictemplefestival.com if I left anything out. Oh, and I did. But you get these weekend stadium passes. Good luck. Caller 10, 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Authors say to write what you know, which is why he remains unpublished.
How can you know nothing about anything?
Alan Cox.
That hack knows absolutely nothing.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Anthrax is going to be there, too. I didn't leave them out. I'm covering some Kiss here from, God, this song's almost 30 years old. The Anthrax version of it. Boy, that's going to be good. 311 also doing Sonic Temple, but if you don't want to haul ass to Columbus, but you are a 311 fan, I will have those tickets around 420 all week. They are doing their own headlining thing here in Cleveland. With AWOL Nation and Neon Trees, that 311 tour will come end of July to Jacobs Pavilion. Also, they announced that Stone Temple Pilots and Live co-headlining run with Soul Asylum. That'll be September 10 out of Blossom. I'll have those tickets for you this week, too. Those are not on sale until Friday morning at 10 o'clock. Cavalier's off tonight. They get a win last night, 108-103 over the Pacers in Indianapolis. They will be back here at home to play the Heat of Miami. That's Jimmy Butler and the Miami Heat.
Holy crap. Yeah. That's a current player.
Oh.
Dwayne Wade, Chris Bosh.
Shut up. Just know you're doing fine.
No.
Jimmy Butler, Shaquille O'Neal, they're all in there.
When you said holy crap, I thought you were going to be like, I got breaking news, but you were just reacting to Alan getting it right.
Yeah.
Alan Cox Show. Exclusive news update.
They have one of the Ball brothers or no?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. Anyway, Cavs Heat. Here, tomorrow night, 7 o'clock. Now, Sunday, they will be in Miami to return the favor at, I believe, American Airlines Arena. Unless they've changed the name of that after a .com or a crypto something. So Heat Cavs tomorrow night, 7 o'clock, 6:30. When we roll out is when that pregame coverage will begin. We'll have some hot celebrity goss from Perez Bilton a little bit later on. Perfect timing for Mary to return to the friendly confines. Yes. Are you all right?
Yeah, I'll see.
You don't like this, guys.
Al and I have two cats, and one gets weird when I'm carrying the other one. I think one cat thinks I'm hurting the one I carried. Yeah, somebody alluded to that earlier, too. Again, these are all things you'll have to figure out. And
And it's one of those where that's why I made it very clear to my roommate. Was like, I'm not mad at your cat. Cats have dumb little cat brains. But as a human, maybe if your friend is screaming at the top of their lungs, you come and find out what's going on.
Mm-hmm. Right. Does that make you think less of your roommate?
It made me really mad. It did. Like I was
I mean, you're screaming and she kind of pads in. Hey, what's going on, guys?
Well, that's kind of exactly what happened. That's why I was like, it's probably a blessing that we didn't have any hydrogen peroxide in the house because it gave me 10 minutes to take a walk and cool down a little bit.
Sure.
Why do you think you're such an angry person?
I'm angry that I was attacked and nothing was done.
She's living in New York now. It's a pressure cooker
What should she
there.
have done?
She should have come running in and grabbed her cat off of me.
You wanted a sense of urgency from her.
Yes.
Yeah. It's what I'm constantly trying to instill in my 8-year-old is a sense of urgency. Now, she is a child.
Right.
She's a second grader. But I don't think it's too early to ever kind of learn that time is finite. And, yes, granted, conceivably, and hopefully you have your whole life ahead of you, but you can never go wrong with a sense of urgency about things. And as your roommate is, as I understand it, a grown-ass woman, what did she think was going on? Or was it she just like...
exactly what I asked her.
Yeah.
I said, I get it, but I was screaming, Chloe is attacking me. Chloe is attacking me. Sarah, get in here. Chloe is attacking me.
Oh, so she didn't...
Mary making another video for TikTok.
No, she said all she heard was me saying Chloe's name.
Ah.
She's like, all I heard you saying was Chloe, Chloe. And I was like, okay, but even at that point.
So there's no way that she could have mistaken like a surprise Brian visit or something, you screaming.
I don't think if Brian showed up in New York that I would scream, Chloe is attacking me.
You don't know that yet.
Yeah, to throw her off the scent.
I don't know that because he hasn't surprised
People
me
came
in New York.
all over me.
But I don't think that would be what would come out of my mouth. Which is why I collected myself enough to say, hey, how about this? Regardless of what's being screamed, as a rule,
If they're screaming, we
if they're screaming,
see what's happening.
Yeah, come to see what's up.
Yeah.
If you heard somebody screaming outside, you'd go to see. You were screaming inside.
Just as a general rule,
Yeah.
if there are any voices being raised for any reason at all.
That's right.
The other comes to the aid.
That's
of
a
the
good
one that
house
is
rule.
screaming.
Oprah has a show on Hulu. I was clicking around, and there's a show called Shame, Blame, and the Weight Loss Revolution. This aired last night. It's on Hulu. And Oprah is pretty skinny right now. I think she has been pretty open about the fact that she went on one of the semi-glutides. She went on Manjaro or something. I don't even know if she gave them the free plug, but she lost 85 pounds. And people old enough to remember the days of the Oprah Winfrey Show when she first rolled out that radio flyer full of fat back in the day, it was a big deal that she had lost all this weight. But she had really, really put herself through it to lose that weight at the time. And she did a show about how people really need to kind of get hip to... There's a confluence of a lot of things now. You know, the magic bullet has come along that lets people lose a lot of weight. And it has forced people to rethink how they see themselves, how they see other people. And Oprah, she divested herself from Weight Watchers. You know, she was a spokesperson and I think an investor in Weight Watchers, and she eventually got out of that because she was not a very good spokesperson for it because she wasn't losing a lot of weight at the time. And so that was difficult on her.
I love bread.
She does love bread.
that was
Oprah loves bread.
That was one of her last Weight Watchers commercials.
I love bread.
Sounds like my daughter.
Bread's good.
I love bread.
Yeah. We were having dinner at my mother-in-law's last night. We were having corned beef and cabbage, and there was a plate of crescent rolls. And, of course, my daughter is like, shoving them in every orifice in her body. She was pulling a full-on Oprah last night.
I love bread.
We can start releasing the stigma and the shame and the judgment to stop shaming other people for being overweight or how they choose to lose or not lose weight. And more importantly, to stop shaming ourselves.
I think that's the bigger thing.
She's saying a lot. Good pun. She's saying a lot there, right? How we do or don't or maybe or won't or... The important thing is what? The big thing is what?
The shame on yourself. Like, just the way, like, you want to have control, but, I mean, I think even Alan here has been heavier than he wanted to be at times, and you got
Everyone
back,
has.
and not me.
You're right. You've always wanted to be the exact
Bill Squire is our spirit animal. He was Skinny Bill a few years ago. He was very Skinny Bill.
When I gained that weight back, it hit me hard. Like, it was really depressing, and I lost 30 pounds last year and then gained some back. It's constant struggle. And some people just don't have that struggle, and it's just something that's easy for them. But, like, for me, it is And you look at everybody in my family. Like, everybody in my family struggles with that, and it's so tough.
I would venture to say most people struggle with this.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I just cried.
Definitely the older you get.
I just cried in a Kohl's last week. I'm going to Vegas next week, Arizona the week after that. And
Cried in a Kohl's.
I was trying on bathing suits.
They wouldn't take your Kohl's cash.
Yeah, it expired. No, I was trying on bathing suits, and I got really upset because I'm like, I've lost weight since I've been in New York. How do I still hate everything I put on my body?
We're going to Florida in 2 weeks, and I'm terrified.
Well, even since then, I was trying to explain it to Brian because this is when I was home. And he's like, why are you so upset? And I was like, I'm almost upset at the fact that I let myself get upset. Where it's like, sure, I'm not happy with my body, but kind of like what Oprah was saying, I was like, but I wish I was nicer to myself about it. Like, instead of looking in the mirror and being like, okay, your body's not where it is, but you just moved, you're learning, and everything about your life is new, like, you're still down weight, like, except where you are. That's the mentality I want to have. But my actual mentality is, you don't look how you should look, you fat piece of crap. You know? And
I got audio from that the manager of that Kohl's you were in.
And it all slides around and it mushes out and nothing stays where it's supposed to stay. Yes, I tried on a two-piece. There was too many strings.
That was too many pieces. One too many pieces.
But it is. The negative self-talk is...
I'm not allowed to talk about it in my house.
I don't think that you should talk about it if you
around
have
my
young
8-year-old
girls.
daughter. Yeah, I'm
Not at
not
all.
allowed to, and not even in a joking way.
No,
right?
not
Like
at
my
all.
wife has lost a lot of weight. Like my wife, I think always looks awesome, but she has lost quite a bit of weight because she wasn't happy with what she's like. I gotta whatever. So she got herself to where she wanted, and I am heavier than I would like to be right now, and I can't say anything along those lines in my house.
Right.
I can't go, oh, Dad's like, I can't grab my stomach and go, you know, I can't do
So-
that. I can't.
The week of the Funny Stop shows, so 2 weeks ago now, I was getting dressed, and Brian's daughter came in the room, and I was, like, jumping to pull my pants on, and she asked me why my belly was so big. And it really upset me. And I just kind of, like, looked at her, and I was like, listen, sometimes people have bigger bellies. I was like, does my belly affect you at all? And she was like, no. I was like, then don't ask questions about it. It doesn't matter. And, it, like, bummed me out that I was like, man, I hope that this isn't something. I know they're 8-year-olds, right? So they're like, I think they're just honest. I don't think she was being mean
No, she's
or
just
ruthless
curious.
or
She's
anything. She's
legit,
just like,
yeah.
your belly looks different than my belly looks, you know? But I told Brian it was
Enjoy
the
it
same...
for now, kid.
I know. Well, I told Brian it was the same situation where I was like, I know she's not being mean. I know little kids just say things, but I wish I
I'm gonna
wouldn't let
slap
it
her.
get to me. No, I wish I wouldn't be so sensitive about it, you know? I think that's the hardest part, is not letting
and
yourself get
here's the
worked
thing:
up.
is there's the people that like that's a kid being curious, but then there's people that are just being mean to be mean. They will do that because that's like the one thing that people always come at with me, like, "Oh, so you're fat again," or "Look at you, fat loser," blah. And like, I'm like, that actually is when it hurts the least.
I
when
think
I
so
know
when it's
when
strangers on the internet.
Yeah, when I know you're just trying to like lash out and like I'm like, all right, like there's
Also, we
a lot
all
of
have
other
mirrors.
things. Yeah.
No one is more finely tuned to how they look than each person. Now, I was reading a thing this morning that we might be getting closer to a pill that can replace going to the gym. Because most of these things are simple, right? Nail down your diet.
But again, the
get
diet,
a good amount of
diet
exercise.
is so much
and-
more. Like everybody always talks about the gym. The gym is a complement to the diet. Diet is everything.
80% of it.
Abs are
I
made
would
in the
say even
kitchen is
more.
what they all. It's 90%,
Yeah.
right? You nail down your diet. You add a little bit of exercise, you're going to be golden.
Mm-hmm.
But they're looking at new chemical compounds that can mimic the health benefits of a workout. This is courtesy of the American Chemical Society, which is the ACS, by the way. I don't want you to confuse that ACS with this ACS, because we do a lot of chemical research here too. But
I did mine on Sunday.
Bill and I have just published, by the way. We just published our paper, Poundcake's giving it the once over, but heterogeneous co-precipitation of nanocrystals with metals on substrates. Bill and I have worked for a long time on this.
And then my part is on ecstasy.
I had someone text me about that.
About
Not
Bill
someone
doing
who-
ecstasy?
Not someone who was with you.
Who?
Don't worry about it.
Who's the snitch?
Don't worry about it.
Tell me who the snitch is.
Snitch, you talked about it on the show.
They text me. No. This was on Sunday.
Oh, before he talked about
I got a
it.
text message on Sunday that was like, well, this is an occasion.
Who is it? Who's the snitch?
I'm not telling.
Who told you before we were here on Monday talking about it?
I
mean, he knows who he was with.
Saying the name wouldn't mean anything. It's an out-of-town person.
Oh. You were with someone from out of town, Bill?
That was with everybody from out of town. I think I knew who it was then. Yeah.
It wasn't malicious or anything like that. It was just like, well, this is something I didn't expect to encounter today.
It was fun. I mean, basically, as soon as anybody saw me, I'm like, I'm on ecstasy. Like, I just told
Just
like,
letting them know.
Yeah, because that's why I was acting so weird and didn't want to talk to people and just wanted to dance.
Yeah, there you
That's
go.
basically all I wanted to do was dance.
Bill, ex-drug addict here. I've done it all, right? So, if you took Molly, probably in the clear. If you took ecstasy rolls, about 80% of those are mostly meth. But hey, meth ain't that bad.
Yeah, I have a feeling Bill would have known if his ecstasy had been laced with meth.
I'm guessing it was Molly because I've taken, like, I used to have an Adderall prescription, so I kind of know what meth feels like, and it wasn't methy. It was just dancy, feely goody.
Well, by the way, that was like a big thing about 15 years ago, is so much ecstasy was laced with meth.
Mm-hmm.
And people were freaking out about that because they were like, hey, listen, it makes anything, when these people are getting these huge shipments in, they're like, you cut it with something else, it makes it last longer, you charge more for it. But I hadn't heard about that in a long time. But that dude wants to make sure. But I have a feeling, too, you probably would have known.
Yeah.
Had you been methed out.
Yeah, I wasn't, like, doing, like, jaw stuff or anything, like where it's like grinding my teeth or anything. It was literally just, I just wanted to dance.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, man, meth ain't that bad.
There you go. I got a break here. If you want to go see Bert Kreischer, he is bringing that fully loaded comedy festival to the Hall of Fame in Canton, bringing a whole bunch of his friends with him. Should be a fun time. Tony Hinchcliffe, Whitney Cummings, Big J, Dan Soder. It's going to go down June 20th down there. So I'll have a couple of passes for you after the break. 35192. Text me for anything else. And you can listen anywhere. Leave messages as well on the iHeartRadio app.
Buzzard Radio.
The Buzzard.
Is Rover.
Into your underpants.
For your chance to win, just listen to this station on the free iHeartRadio app.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Bath Authority Studios.
The Buzzard.
The home of the Buzzard.
The Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland.
It's a Return of the Machine. Bert Kreischer's Fully Loaded Comedy Festival is coming to play at the Tom Benson Hall of Fame Stadium down in Canton on Thursday, June the 20th. It's the third annual Fully Loaded Comedy Festival. Bert's your headliner. He's bringing Tony Hinchcliffe. If you're into Kill Tony, he'll be there. Whitney Cummings, Big J. Okerson, Ralph Barbosa, Dan Soder, and more that they're going to announce before June 20th. So surprises in store still. HOFvillage.com. All the info. Want to buy tickets, get them there. I'll give you this pair. Caller 10. 2 for the Fully Loaded Comedy Festival. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
The Alan Cox Show.
Podcast anytime on our iHeartRadio app.
Ooh, what's a podcast?
Like a TV show, but without the pictures.
Baby, that's called radio. What you're describing is radio.
And live on the radio weekday afternoons.
On 100.7 WMMS.
How are things on the West Coast? I hear you moving real fine. You wear those shoes like a dove. Now step those shoes, we'll go roaming in the night. Well, how are things on the West Coast? You keep it moving to your souls.
Hearing from a handful of our California bureau chiefs today, coincidentally. Unless they're colluding, and I don't know it. If you listen to us on iHeartRadio, tell me where. Let you know where people are. Aaron is in Dublin, California. Danielle's out in Orange County. Jake's there too. Phil's in Valencia, California. Joe is in San Jose. Wendy is our bureau chief in Covina, California. Is this Don? Hello.
Hey, what's up, man?
What's going on, Don? Thank you for holding on. What's up?
Yeah, I waited for quite a while, man. How you guys doing?
Hanging in there. What's up?
I don't know. I forgot. What do you guys want to talk about?
Don, you called me. Were you calling about Mary's cat?
Oh yeah, now I remember.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, get a dog and then
Nice.
feed the cat to that dog. That'll solve all your problems.
Well,
Cat
I mean,
sucks.
that's not going to happen. I mean, that's not a constructive
Listen,
suggestion there,
He
Don.
waited 20 minutes to say that. Let him have
I
it.
know. Let him have it. Yeah.
Hey, who is this?
It's Frank. Yeah, hello. It's Frank.
I have amnesia. You're gonna have to speak up.
All right. Don, what are you doing or not doing today that you were able to hang on hold for 20 minutes?
Look, if you're trying to sell me something, I ain't got no money, okay?
I am. I'm trying to sell you. It's ecstasy cut with meth. Have you met my friend Bill Squire? It's
really good.
Ecstasy.
Is this one of them AI Indian scamming machines? Because I ain't got no money. Leave my bank accounts alone.
I don't have your bank accounts. What I need you to do is go and send me $1,000 worth of Apple gift cards.
Hey, honey, call the police. It's them Indian scammers again.
Again?
Hey, you leave my money alone.
Yeah. All right. Hey, that's fair enough. Okay, you know what? You've convinced me. I'm going to get a dog, and I'm going to leave you alone.
Don't call here again. You understand?
I do understand. All right.
That's the sound of the police.
All right, thank you, Don. I appreciate that. There's Don, who's apparently been beset on all sides by Indian scammers. People who set up those, boy, they have them working overtime. Okay, anyway, thank you, Don. I do appreciate that, but I don't think that, hey, just get a dog is a valuable suggestion for Mary's cat problem.
Yeah.
Obviously, she knows she could get a dog. Why don't you get a dog?
I'm not going to do that.
Oh, introduce that in. Have you ever
Again.
had a dog, or are you a lifelong cat person?
No, I had two dogs growing up.
That,
And
but
my dad had
those are
dogs.
the family dogs. You weren't responsible for them.
I have never had, no, the only pet I've ever had on my own is my cat. But I grew up with dogs. My dad had dogs. When I was a little kid, we had dogs.
What kind
I
of
like
dog?
dogs. I grew up, one was a mutt. We just called her a mutt. She had all the colors in her. Nobody knew which was. And then she had a litter of puppies, and we kept one of those. It was a black lab. And then my dad in high school had a beagle. And then when that one died, they got another beagle and a Rottweiler.
Beagles are country dogs, and a lot of people don't know that.
Beagles are loud.
They howl. They ain't city dogs.
No.
First apartment I lived in with an ex-girlfriend of mine right out of college, we lived in the 19th floor of a high-rise in Chicago, and our neighbors had beagles. I don't know if they had just moved into the city. I don't know if they were hip to it, but those goddamn dogs would howl all night.
Yeah.
And I'm like, guys, help me help you. I don't know what the situation is here, but beagles are not high-rise dogs.
Not at all. They are very loud. They don't listen. They have a
They're
lot
hunting
of
dogs.
energy.
You got to let them run, man. You got to let them sleep under the porch if they want to.
Our first dog at my dad's apartment, we used to play what was called apartment ball, where we had one long hallway down our apartment. We would have to stand by the door of the apartment and throw the ball down the hallway. Like in the wintertime when it was too cold to take her out to do all that.
I'll do that with Whoopsie when I get home late at night, and I just need to get her to just 5 minutes of energy out. I'll do that. I'll just chuck a ball down the
Gas
hallway.
her out.
She goes,
Yeah.
She loves it.
We throw with our dog in the backyard every day.
I like beagles. I think they're very cute.
They're great dogs. They're not city dogs.
No.
Dogs rule.
I took on the shame that the world gave to me. For 25 years, making fun of my weight was national sport. 1990, I saw myself on the cover of TV Guide's best and worst dressed list. And I remember thinking, oh, look, there I am on the cover. Mr. Blackwell, the tastemaker of the time, called me bumpy, lumpy, and downright dumpy. I was ridiculed on every late night talk show for 25 years and tabloid covers for 25 years. So, in an effort to combat all the shame, I starved myself for nearly 5 months and then wheeled out that wagon of fat. And after losing 67 pounds on a liquid diet, the next day I started to gain it back.
You know, you either do or don't like Oprah, and she's been doing it for so long that for a long time people took her for granted. But when I was a kid, she was just a local television host in Chicago. They had hired her from I don't know where. And there was a guy who did like an entertainment show, like one of those Get the Hell Up Cleveland, whatever those shows are called, those morning entertainment shows. We had a guy named Rob Weller in Chicago. He'd been at the Channel 7, the ABC affiliate. And he got hired for a brand new show called Entertainment Tonight. And so he left. And they replaced him with this woman named Oprah Winfrey. The show was AM Chicago. So I was like in the 6th grade, maybe. And say what you want about Oprah, she defied every convention of what people were supposed to look like on television. So, a couple of years in, she was a big girl, and nobody knew who she was. She had a weird name, and she came from, I don't know. She was trying to work her way up through local television, and they brought her in Chicago. But, within a couple of years, AM Chicago got renamed the Oprah Winfrey Show. And that was before she was syndicated. So she was just like a local morning show. But she blew up.
Yeah, we know. She just talked about it.
And then, but she had like the feathery news anchor hair too, So whoever, I don't know the name of the GM over there who hired her, but that was a smart dude, boy, because that show literally went worst to first.
Well, it's
in a
crazy,
couple
too.
of ratings periods with Oprah Winfrey, because she just clicked into something that people loved, and then when they blew her up nationwide, the rest was history. But
when she got to being like a household name so quickly, which and not even just like a household name, but like a fixture on television so quickly, which was unheard of, like in all those ways you said. But also just for having that show on for, 30 years before she
25 years.
25 years?
Like that,
Yeah, it's just insane.
It also, and I know times are different now, and she was trying to get ahead of it, but you really cannot underestimate the power of having a syndicated television show. You still can't, because she's like, I'm going to go off and do my own thing. Literally, the Oprah Winfrey Network, OWN, and pulled her show. She goes, why should I be, she was still extraordinarily successful and very, very wealthy, but you want your own thing. You want your own empire. And rather than working for a syndicator, I think King World was the syndicator, and rather than kicking up to TV Daddy, she's like, I want to do my own thing. But once you come off people's televisions and tell them, now you have to go listen to me here, or you have to go watch me here. It was okay for a while. She had the magazine and the whole thing, and people will follow you to the magazine because they're still grocery shopping. And they're still standing in line, and there's Oprah magazine, and she's on the cover of every one, which is smart. People will still buy the magazine. But when you say, come over here, you can't blame her for wanting to have her own thing. But there is a certain calculus when you make a jump like that, you're going to lose a lot of people because they're not going to come over and watch your cable channel.
Well, it was
You're
boring.
not on TV every day. Well,
her talk show was actually pretty interesting. Like
it's not easy to come up with an entire slate of programming. But it's a lot easier to do a show that people can click on. Oprah Winfrey had like 100% clearance in television markets. Every market had Oprah on. Ellen didn't even get that. And I think, is the Ellen show still on? I know we were talking about this last week. It's not on, right?
No.
She split or whatever.
She got canceled.
I think this Drew Barrymore show is doing pretty well, actually. Just very quietly, this Drew Barrymore show, Kelly Clarkson's show, does pretty well. So there's no real heiress apparent to that, and nobody's going to top what Oprah did. Because it was a different time, too.
But again, Oprah's show, like when you have an hour to fill every day, like you can get some pretty diverse topics, and even if you have a few stinkers, you got the next day to make it up. But like a network, her brand, she was trying to carry over like what was on her show on a network 24/7, and it just didn't work. Like she had like a small TV series. It was called Oprah's Next Chapter, and it was essentially just like, where are they now? And I'm like, okay, well that's been done before, and she's not a tea sipper. Like she doesn't get the gossip. She's Oprah, so people feel like, oh, well, you're a mama bear, so no matter what goes on in my life, Oprah is gonna make me feel better about it. And I don't think a lot of people want that. They want like controversy.
Well, I mean, she got her audience, but like Harpo Studios, when that eventually shut down in Chicago, that employed a lot of people. And when that eventually got closed, I mean, it took up an entire city block. A giant city block for her studios. And, there's still a lot of people watching that that Oprah Winfrey Network, is on in most homes, but I don't again,
think it attracts new fans, though.
Yeah, I don't know what it does, but it's just, I don't know that she realized how difficult it was going to be to get people to follow her rather than, I know this is on every day on Channel 7 or whatever it is.
For example, she had the American Idol of TV shows. It was called Your Own Show. So, like, the winner of the competition gets their own show on the Oprah Winfrey Network. Like, she was, like, auctioning off a time slot for someone. Like, she was trying to find, like, America's next top TV host. And I don't know what happened with that. I don't know if the person actually ended up getting a show.
Why didn't Wendy Williams hitch her wagon to the Oprah Winfrey Network?
Because she said she's Nopra.
Well, I mean, that's cute.
But that's what she said. She idolized Oprah, but she said she could never be Oprah because, again,
not be her. But even
Wendy was a gossiper. Like, she was a gossip queen, and that was not Oprah's brand.
No. But I'm just saying, I in my mind, there's always room for a show on a network like that. There's always room for one person to be doing something that's not like the rest of the programming.
That wasn't Wendy's upbringing, though. Or, like, that wasn't how she came up. She hitched her wagon to some other network. Like, they snatched her off of radio. I don't know if Oprah wanted to go in that direction because Oprah has interviewed a lot of people. She never interviewed a Wendy Williams. That's something that I would watch. Like, I didn't want to be like Wendy Williams. I wanted to be Wendy Williams. Just the eccentrics, like the wigs and the way she would like purse her lips and give you tea. Like, that was my version, that like what I wanted to emulate, or in my own way, of broadcasting. And Oprah, she is more of like an interviewer. Like she
Well, it's somewhat of a generational thing too.
It is.
Like
And
Oprah was kind of old school, and she came from that Donahue mold. You probably don't know who that is. You don't know who Phil Donahue is.
I heard the name. I didn't watch his show.
So, when you do Cake by the Lake, is that all spilling tea and serving Luke's?
It depends on
Is that what it is?
What my guest is. Yeah,
Eating
sure.
cake, yeah.
I want them to have a good time. I don't want it to feel like an interview. It is an interview, but
Well, they only get 15 minutes.
if you get people, yeah, but I got questions, and there's no gotcha questions. It's having fun, enjoying some cake, and
You prepare the questions?
yeah.
All right, then.
I was gonna say,
is there more?
No, I didn't know.
Yeah, I prepare the questions. Yeah, and
Yeah, okay.
I run it by them. I do like a little run of show, and then if they want to plug something or if they want to take something out, they can. It's not like that. It's fun.
All
It's
that
just
in
promo.
15 minutes.
555. Boom, boom, boom.
Now, how does that break down? 555.
Well, there's the first 5, and then there's the second 5, and then
I mean,
there's
the last
third
5's eating the cake.
But
Gesundheit.
you can also eat and talk. I think people can do
Gesundheit.
2 things at once. Especially
No,
me.
you're not supposed to eat and talk
Well, I
on
do.
something where people are
That's
listening to it
not
and
his-
watching.
That's what I do.
It's his appeal, Alan.
That's
He's been
not
over
an
this
appeal.
100 times.
No, just because I know he's trying to put this. Okay, fine.
Okay, fine.
There's nobody there's no one who's like watching something because people are eating and talking.
I didn't say that's why they're watching. I just
Well,
said
then why
that's
do it?
Because I'm not gonna. I got 5 minutes left, and I'm gonna eat my cake too. I can have my cake and interview too.
So you have a mouthful of cake and you're talking to them.
Sometimes.
Well, then
yeah,
maybe it's better that they aren't also eating cake. So everybody's not talking with cake in their mouth.
they can do what they please. They don't have to eat with me if they don't want to.
Yeah, but you'll eat. You'll have a mouthful of cake
Oh,
and
I'm
you'll be
gonna eat.
talking to them.
Yes, I'm gonna eat.
Yeah.
I'm grown.
What does that mean?
I'm grown. I can do what I want. I'm eating my cake.
Well, right, but I mean,
All right. Hold on. I had to finish my gummy worm.
right. See, that's gross.
No.
And that's why we would break your balls.
I'm
And
aware.
and you're like, well, I'm going to keep that part. I'm going to keep the eating part.
But it's not crunchy anymore.
Oh, it's but that's
wet.
the soft, nasty, sloppy. Like that's
So, anyways,
the gummy worms weren't crunchy either.
Yeah, but whatever he was eating before the gummy worms, or the bag crinkling, I guess.
That wasn't me. Was it?
What? Yeah, it was you.
That was me.
All right.
I was getting my gummy worm out of the bag. I had to finish my gummy worm.
I love it. I was reading a thing on things that are turning 50 this year, and the Heimlich maneuver is one of them. And I was like, wow, that seems like something that would be really old. Because I saved someone's life with the Heimlich maneuver a good 30 years ago. And had I known...
Once a week.
What's that?
I do it like once a week.
Had I known that it was only 20 years old at the time, that would have really surprised me. Dr. Henry Heimlich described it in an article in 1974. I wonder why he didn't call it the Henry maneuver. That would have been a flex, too. I mean, people, I think, you're going to name something, you default to the last name, but smack a choking person on the back over and over again. By the time I employed it, I had the fists in the rib cage and the guy's steak chunk popped out. There was a guy choking at a table next to me. And everybody was standing around with their thumbs up their asses, and I didn't know what I was doing, but I'm
What
like,
maneuver
well,
is that?
That's the thumb up the ass maneuver.
But it's not named after anybody?
The thumb up the ass?
Yeah.
I'm sure it is. I'm sure it's named after somebody. I just didn't take the time to figure it out. Lowry's prime rib, due to the table next to me. Boom. Steak comes right out. Did this guy buy my dinner? No. He should have.
Yeah.
I'm sure he was just so shocked. He was probably terrified that he was. But nowadays, they tell you not to do that because you might break somebody's rib. I'm like, well, would you rather have a crack rib or die in the most embarrassing way possible, which is you got a piece of food stuck in your throat?
Yes.
Die that way? Rather die that way? Yeah.
No, I'm crack my rib. Like
Skittles turned 50. D&D turns 50. Unfortunately, so do a lot of its people who still play it. Connect 4. Barcodes are only 50 years old. I thought those had been around a lot longer. Bailey's Irish Cream. And Post-it notes. But I thought that the Heimlich maneuver was a lot older than that. And the Meow Mix jingle is only 50 years old, too. Maybe play that for your cat. Maybe that'll get him Well, you know the words.
Again, my cat is not the problem.
Always blaming another cat.
Yes.
Always.
Yes.
Never looking inward at the problem. It's always something else.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to tell you.
Always looking. I got to take a break. When I go to see 311, yeah, they're doing Sonic Temple, but if you don't want to haul ass to Columbus, they're going to be doing Jacob's Pavilion later in the summer with AWOL Nation and somebody else. Oh, Neon Trees are on that bill, too. So, well, I'll hand out 311 passes after the break. 35192. Send me a text. We'll get to some hot goss with Perez Bilton on the way as well. And AlanCoxShow.com for everything else.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app.
Or whatever smart device you have.
Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
From the Mr. Hero
I crave the hero.
Weather Center.
WMMS weather.
Mostly cloudy tonight, a low of 34. Partly sunny tomorrow, a few snow showers, high 37. Thursday, mostly sunny, high 33.
This report is sponsored by Northeast Ohio Regional Sewer District. The Northeast Ohio Regional Sewer District's Customer Service Department is now open on the first Saturday of every month from 8 to 11 a.m. to help with your billing issues, storm water bills, discuss cost-saving programs, and more. Visit neorsd.org today.
Your afternoon drive is brought to you
just a scene that you'd never, ever forget in your life.
Listen to Case File Presents The Easy Street Murders on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Now it's time to give stuff away. Hey, it's time to give stuff away.
All right, a couple opportunities for you to see 311 this summer. They're doing Sonic Temple in May, but they're coming a little closer. Right downtown, Jacobs Pavilion. They're going to play Sunday, July 28th. 311 with special guests AWOL Nation and Neon Trees. AXS.com has all the details for you. This pair of tickets for you. If you are caller number 10, you got 2 for 311. Love those guys. Always great live. So good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Our apologies to second shifters.
All right, here we go, everybody. Let's get to work.
This is no way to start your day.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Got hot celebrity gossip with Perez Bilton in a few minutes. Cavs win in Indianapolis last night over the Pacers. 108 to 103. So tomorrow night, the Cavs will be back here at home to play the Miami Heat. By Sunday, they'll be back down in Miami playing the Heat. But the Timberwolves in between. 7 o'clock tomorrow night is your tip-off at the Romo Fijo. 6:30 is when the pregame will begin. All month long, about halfway through the month, I guess maybe 3/4. You can use the word Clover at CLE Clothing Company. They're always dropping new pieces, whether they're MMS gear. That's where you'll find all that. Anytime we drop a new shirt, you find it at CLE Clothing Company. And everything else they got going on. You can use Clover all month long. Get you 20% off whatever you want to buy. I just got our Solar Eclipse Tour shirts in the mail from CLE Clothing. Got one for myself and one for my daughter. It looks cool. It looks like a Slayer tour shirt, but it's Solar Eclipse 2024, and it's got all the cities on the back that are in the path of totality.
That's cool.
Yeah. It's a good-looking shirt. Anyway, I used Clover. I wouldn't ask you to do something I wouldn't do myself. Well, that's not true. But in this instance, it is. Clover for 20% off. If you're online, find yourself do some shopping, use it there. Or if you're in one of their stores, just use it when you check out. I mentioned before I was, for whatever reason, I assume coincidence, hearing from a lot of our California bureau chiefs today. And I heard from Kelly, who is out in San Bernardino, California. And it's a couple hours drive from San Bernardino proper out to the Mojave Desert. You ever been to the Mojave Desert? Locals call it the Mojave.
Nobody has ever called it that.
Anyway, a couple of dudes go out there. They scoop these guys up, and they're in big trouble now. Because these guys drove out to the Mojave with a couple of ARs, and these guys were decked out. I'm not sure what these were a couple of, MEAL Team 6 dudes, I guess. Drove out to the Mojave. And, of course, they're decked out in the tactical gear and the helmets and the night vision goggles and the ARs. And they shot 3 wild donkeys, which is illegal. About 1 a.m, these guys just drove out there and started lighting up these burros. And
coming straight for us.
And killed 3 of them. These burros, this is public land. And they got out there and started firing rounds into these burros. One of the animals was paralyzed and in severe pain before it died. So I don't know how these guys got caught. I don't know if there were people out there that were nearby but the Bureau of Land Management took these guys into custody. They got more firearms from the guys' homes, all of them unregistered. despite requirements that they have to be registered under federal law. So both of these guys are looking at a whole bunch of counts, not least of which death of a burro on public lands. And they had to forfeit their rifles and their night vision goggles and all their other gear, and they forfeited 4,000 rounds of ammunition. They are each looking at 10 years in prison. Burros are federally protected under the Wild Free Roaming Horses and Burros Act of 1971. Who knew? That is older than the Heimlich maneuver.
Whoa. By how many years?
By 3 years, by my math, maybe? So, Wild Horse Annie. Her name wasn't Annie. Her name was Velma B. Johnston. But she led a grassroots campaign to make sure that horses were not being hurt in an indiscriminate manner. And that was in the 50s. So it took, the pace of government is glacial. But it took a couple decades before it was passed into law. But the Wild Free Roaming Horses and Burros Act. And I would imagine that these guys, these cosplaying patriots, probably most of those people really have no good grasp on what laws actually are or how they apply. But you know what you call a small burro?
What's that?
A burrito, I believe is the... And Mary talks about them all. I hear her doing commercials for small burros, and I'm always confused, but...
Oh, you mean like the Chipotle Chicken Al Pastor burrito?
Named, of course, after a man of the cloth. The pastor.
Mm-hmm.
Bill, do you have hot celebrity gossip by any chance?
No, I don't.
Will we
Just kidding!
Will we be talking about this after gossiping?
This is Hot Celebrity Gossip with Perez Built-in. Ooh.
Oh, how are my big, bitty goth guzzlers out there? Goss guzzlers. Daddy Goss is here. You like that, Mary? Daddy Goss? The Goss Daddy?
Daddy Goss.
Perez Built-in's here with some Goss. Kate Middleton has finally been found on the same day that I found out she was missing, apparently. I didn't know that this was even a story because the bit of this is I don't really care about celebrity stuff. And yeah, she was out there. People say that that's not the real Kate Middleton that they saw in this video of her walking around with William. But according to inside sources, this won't happen again because we're coming out with the Kate Tracker. If you go to katetracker.com, you can keep track of every Kate you need to keep track of. Kate Upton, Kate Middleton, Katie Couric, Mary Kate and Ashley Olsen. It's a package deal right there because one of them's Mary Kate. So all the Kates that you need to keep an eye on. Name a Kate. I'll tell you if they're on the list.
Kate Middleton.
Yeah, I said that one.
Kate Upton.
I said that one too.
You said that one too. Katie Holmes.
Katie Holmes. She's on there. Poundcake? Name a Kate.
Winslet.
Kate.
Oh, that's good.
Winslet, yeah. You got it. All the Kates you need to keep track of at katetracker.com. It only costs $49.99
How much?
a day. $49.99
Wow.
a day. If it's that important to you, you'll pay the price.
Yeah.
It's $50 a day to keep track of all the Kates. And we only take Dogecoin.
What about +8?
Oh, yeah, Kate. Oh, yeah. That +8 Kate is definitely being tracked.
That's Gosling.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hot Gosling.
Oh, yeah. Faux shiz.
Well, going back to some mid-2000s trash TV, Honey Boo Boo is in college, and she's fighting and feuding with her mom, Mama June, because Mama June's not helping her pay for college.
It's not June.
What? It's not June?
Yeah, but
Isn't that her mom's name, though?
I know, but I'm saying it's not June. Why would she help her pay? I feel like she only obligated.
Let's let Perez Bilton handle the hot celebrity gossip, please.
Right.
Honey Boo Boo is studying to be a nurse, and she did get a $21,000 endowment, but that's still not enough to cover all the cost of her tuition, but it takes a good chunk out of it. And according to inside sources. Imagine you're in a hospital and Honey Boo Boo's your nurse. Like,
dude, for real.
Stop it.
Yeah, right? Like, you're just in the hospital and she just comes and injects you with Mountain Dew and Doritos, and she's like, you'll be all fine. Or whatever the hell she does. I don't even know what Honey Boo Boo does. Also, how depressing is it, according to inside sources?
Inside sources.
To have been famous for most of your life and still not make enough money to pay for college.
Yeah.
And she's still on TV. They have a show that's currently on, and they're still not making that much money. Oof, that's rough.
And her sister died.
What? Okay.
Oh, yeah. Faux shiz.
All right, finally, Ariana Grande and Dalton Gomez are officially divorced. The couple were married for about 3 years. They split up about a year and a half ago, so it didn't seem to go that well. It was mostly a fling that happened during the pandemic that once things opened back up again, they're like, oh, we're very different people with very different lives. So it's over. And according to inside sources, Grande is still dating that Ethan Slater dude who's just so weird looking. He looks like Ed Sheeran and Chucky Finster had a baby. And I just can't figure it out. He looks like Martin Short a chromosome. Like he
Oh, yeah. Faux shiz.
So weird. So, but I guess looks aren't everything. That's all.
That's all.
I just can't.
Oh, well, he is strange looking.
He is very strange looking.
This is Hot Celebrity Gossip with Perez Bilton. Ooh.
Well, she has a type, and none of them are all that good looking. So.
All the features, though, on him, they're a little too big. Like, they just...
I mean, you're not going to date somebody who's going to outshine you in the looks department.
No.
You're going to go for your Pete Davidsons and your Dalton Gomez's and your whatever.
I feel like Mac Miller was her best-looking boyfriend.
No, her most recent husband was good looking, and Big Sean too. She dated Big Sean. He's hot.
All right.
I literally went to KateTracker.com while you were doing that because I thought it was a real website where they were tracking Kate's.
Come on.
He lured me in.
Sold it.
I bought into it.
Sold into it.
This guy.
Maybe
I
should
believed
make it a
his
real thing.
inside sources when he was.
Just give me the $50
a day,
and I'll tell you where she's at.
I don't think I'm going to do that.
Right now she's in London, I think.
No, she's not by us.
You're like, I didn't know this is a thing. I'm like, didn't we talk about this last week? Didn't we talk about Kate?
Yeah, but I missed 2 days last week.
Was it Poundcake and I talking about Kate Middleton?
Yeah.
Probably.
All right. Well, there you go.
Yeah, about the picture.
Miss a day, you miss a lot. Hey,
But I
Jim.
just don't get it.
Hello.
Jim, hello.
Hey, how are you doing, Andy? Or Alan, I'm sorry.
Oh.
Hey, Andy, what's up?
A few minutes ago, you were talking about the story about those guys out in the desert shooting those wild burros.
Yeah.
And in that story, you mentioned that it's federally mandated that they had to register those firearms.
Yeah.
And that's not the case. There is no such federal law that requires anybody to register any firearm. The state of California tries to mandate state laws and some city ordinances that they try to require it. But there is no federal statute that requires you to register any firearm. They own certain types of firearms like fully automatics and other specialty weapons. You have to buy a tax stamp to the federal government to acquire those, which is just basically a license. But other than that, there is no federal statute anywhere that requires you to register any kind of firearm whatsoever that you have. I just wanted to clear that up because you put that out there, and I was like, well, that's not the case at all.
All right, thank you, Jim. I appreciate
Thanks
it.
for the actually.
Yeah. All right. Well, nevertheless, these guys are still looking at 10 years apiece in prison. So whoever wrote the article got that wrong, Jim. But they were out there having fun, killing donkeys in the middle of the night.
Alan, Dennis from Akron. Poundcake's worried about something blocking out the sun for 4 minutes. Does he not realize that every day for about 8 to 10 hours, something blocks out the sun? It's called nighttime. We get through it. Hate the show. Love ya. Bye.
I mean, this is the first I'm hearing of this, so Poundcake and I will both have to kind of plead ignorance on whatever that guy is talking about. That
I have no idea what he's talking about.
Well, we were talking about the eclipse, and I think you were making it sound like for those 4 minutes, everybody was going to be, flipping their lids.
I'm well aware that there's day and night, but day and night happens during
that guy apparently was not clued in to the fact that you are hip to day and night.
Day and night, Kid Cudi said it first. But I'm not expecting night during day and day during night because it's the opposite. So for 4.5 seconds, we're going to get night during day? That's messed up, man. So get off my back.
You think that Kid Cudi said day and night first?
Day and night.
Yes.
Oh. Okay. That song's not that old. Somebody had to have said the words day and night before Kid Cudi made that song.
So that's
Kid
why
Cudi was first.
That's exactly how I'm going to be walking during the eclipse. The lonely loner seems to free his mind at night. And that's me.
Will you wear one of the WMMS Buzzard pair of eclipse glasses that we're going to be passing out? Or will you do the thing where you put your hand over your eyes and look through the little slit?
No, if they're providing glasses, I'll wear them for free.
Yeah. Well, no. I mean, they come with a free subscription to katetracker.com.
That's news to me.
It's a free subscription. So
I'm going to let the two of you figure it out because...
I'm not approving that.
Why?
Okay, it'll cost you, rather than the $49.95 a day for katetracker.com. What? In the report you said 49. Yeah, $49.99.
Yeah, you said 95.
Oh, 40. All right, 4 extra cents. Rather than that being charged to you monthly, you'll be charged at one time, but we'll throw in a free pair of eclipse glasses.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a sport.
Kate Beckinsale, is she on there?
Yeah.
What about Kate Jackson?
Of course.
Formerly of Charlie's Angels.
Yeah.
She's on there too?
Inside Sources.
All right.
What about Kate Hudson, a.k.a. Katy Perry?
Yeah.
Inside Sources.
Alan, I'd like to meet Ariana Grande and use all 5 fingers.
But she's so little.
I assume he means to shake her hand, Mary. Shake her hand.
Probably not, but
extend his hand and meet Ariana Grande.
What could he possibly be talking about then, Mary?
Yeah.
What?
Gross stuff.
Say it with your
Don't
chest.
Make me say it. Don't make me
Say it.
What's that? Oh, all right. I didn't know that she was so averse to using that word.
It's a bad word, Alan.
Is it really? I mean, it's clinical.
I'm not getting into heaven with talking that smut.
I love you, but please don't touch my vagina.
I mean, that didn't sound smutty to me. Sounded like a public service announcement. Yeah, I believe those girls. Those girls are probably all in their 40s by now. I got a break. Stone Temple Pilots and Live. Live was here last summer for Buzzard Fest. STP, don't remember the last time they were through, but both those bands co-headlining, bringing Soul Asylum with them. They just announced the show, so these are not on sale until Friday morning, so I will have them for you all week early. But you want to go to the show, it's going to be September 10th out at Blossom. I'll hand off a pair after the break.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you
overwhelmed.
Then this is your sign to reach out to the 988 Lifeline for 24/7 free confidential support. You don't have to hide how you feel. Text, call, or chat anytime.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Bath Authority Studios.
The Buzzard. The home of the Buzzard. The Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland.
It's time to give. Hey, time to give stuff away.
All right, you want to go see Stone Temple Pilots and live. We had Ed Kowalczyk and live here last summer for the return of Buzzard Fest. All the guys in live, you know, they've kissed and made up. A lot of acrimony over the years in that band, but they've all buried their respective hatchets and going back out. Stone Temple Pilots, frontman Jeff Goot, who's been with them for a minute, and Soul Asylum is opening. It's called the Jubilee Tour. STP is celebrating the 30th anniversary of Purple and live celebrating the 30th anniversary of Throwing Copper. LiveNation.com for the details. These are not on sale to you until Friday morning at 10 o'clock. So this will be you grabbing them early. September 10th, it all happens at Blossom. And caller 10, these are for you. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Welcome to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
Forget the Rock Hall. When does Poundcake go into the Country Hall of Fame?
My truck, my beer, my guns.
Say it again.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
It was an evening I shared with the sun to find out where we belong. From the earliest days, we were dancing in the shadows.
A little song from live called Lakini's Juice. It's the second track off that Secret Samadhi album, which I always forget how old that is. I just have no concept anymore of Secret Samadhi came out in 1997. I was like, Jesus Christ. But a good album. Immediately dropped at number one. Boy, these guys were on fire after Throwing Copper. And so when Secret Samadhi dropped, it was their fourth. And went to number one immediately. I don't remember if they did this. I didn't stay for all of live at Buzzard Fest. I kind of dipped out because that was a long day for us. So I'm not sure if they did Lakini's Juice, but it's a good song, boy. It's a great album, Secret Samadhi. So more tickets tomorrow around this time if you want to go see Stone Temple Pilots and live and Soul Asylum this fall. And again, those will go on sale Friday morning at 10 o'clock. Cavs win last night in Indianapolis, 5 points over the Pacers, 108-103. Tomorrow night, they'll be back here at home to play the Miami Heat. 7 o'clock tip. You can hear all of it on MMS and on the iHeartRadio app. One of our Mississippi bureau chiefs who listens on iHeartRadio sent me a story about a giant 18-wheeler that crashed and it was full of bees.
I don't know why bees is one of the funniest things to me.
I don't know, because it's funny. I mean,
bees?
An 18-wheeler carrying, hey, Alan, look at this. I'm down near Natchez, Mississippi. Jordan sent me this. An 18-wheeler carrying bees overturned overnight. Around 11:30 p.m., it took them until 7 a.m. in the morning. Well, that's redundant. It took them till 7 a.m. to clean the thing up.
Leslie, Grant Larson is on the phone for the National Park Service.
I cannot meet with him right now. We are in crisis mode, okay? Larry, just tell him I need to reschedule because I am trying to fix my beehole disaster.
Okie dokie.
Wait, no, Larry, don't tell him that. Don't mention my beehole.
I thought his name was Jerry in that show.
It's Jerry, Larry, Gary. They go through all of
Oh, they do. Okay.
They keep changing.
Parks and Rec, I think I need to dig back into and watch like from the beginning. Because that first season of Parks and Rec was like, I mean, the first season of any show, it's really uneven. But I'm still in process of watching The Office from the beginning. And I'm halfway through season 3. And
season 3 is a good season.
That's where it really starts to take off.
Is it?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's the one where he's like full on with Jan. And I like the Rashida Jones season where she's so foxy.
Well, she's in that season a lot.
I know, that's what I mean.
Yeah.
Like those middle seasons, because she's not in through the whole thing. Because then it pivots to Jim and Pam full on. But I like the Rashida Jones season. Anyway, Parks and Rec is great too. Thank you, Jordan, for sending me that. You know, I don't really have my ear to the ground on what's happening on the highways and byways of Natchez, Mississippi. Of course, my late father's home state. But it's not like I go down there. I don't have a reason to go down there. I don't have extended family there that I would visit.
What's he late for?
Shut up, Bill. My dad's dead. Mary feels me. Wouldn't it be great if we had our dads? It'd be great if we could just call. Here we got a guy who just, doesn't really talk to his dad. They don't have much in common, but he's still alive. Just burning the time available. Mary and I, what we wouldn't give to be able to waste some time with our fathers.
Go spend time with my dad.
Dude, I was walking to the subway today, and there was a fat guy in front of me, and I was like, man, my dad would be walking if he could.
My dad would be walking if he could. Yeah. Well, you got to set a high bar for yourself.
There was an episode of House, too, that I watched the other day. It's
not lupus.
No, it's not lupus. They wake a guy up from a coma because he has to make a decision about his son. And he's like having to go say goodbye to his son because he's going to die or something.
Wait, they have to wait. They wake the guy up from the coma about his son?
There's a guy in a coma.
Yeah.
Okay. And his son comes to visit him all the time. And one day the son comes and has a seizure. So now the son is in a coma. So they have to wake the dad up to get the dad's permission to do some kind of a crazy procedure.
He's in a medically induced coma.
Yes.
I see.
So they wake up the dad. And the dad, him and House are having this heart-to-heart moment, and I started sobbing because the dad that was in the coma asks House, he goes, what was one thing you would want to hear from your dad? And I just blurted out, complete alone, nobody else is around, I just said out loud that he was proud of me. And then I started crying.
Right.
I was like, oh, my God.
It hits you at weird times.
The weirdest times.
It hits it. And everybody who's gone through it knows it. You know, they say, like, grief is... Because somebody asked me, they were like...
Comes in waves.
Yeah, somebody... I was talking to a friend of mine or something, and he was like, how have you dealt with it? And I'm like, I don't know that I have. It just kind of comes to you and...
Well, the first 2 years were really hard for me. Like, I was having full-on breakdowns. And then now...
See what you did, Bill?
Yeah, this is your fault.
I know.
But now I've been pretty good, especially like the last 6 months. I feel like
after you got
really
the closure from the gambling thing, it was a big
after
thing.
I went to Vegas and spread his ashes, it was after that I've been really, really good with it. But then just the other night, what would you want to hear from your dad? That he was proud of me. Sobbing.
You know he was, though, right?
No, I know. But it was just like, I'm saying that's how silly it is. That I'm watching a TV show with writers. I don't know.
What did they say on the show?
House said it wouldn't matter, some kind of a housey response.
Yeah.
Where it was like, well, even if he said it it doesn't mean it a thing,
Ah.
It was so stupid.
Oh.
Actions speak louder than words. Anyway, House. What a curmudge.
I kind of project like through my dad, I guess, because I got my dad for a long time. My sister, she's much
my age.
Yeah, she's a little bit older than you, strangely enough, but that's my mom lost her dad when she was 29. So my mom and my sister both didn't have as much time with their dads. But what gets me, and I guess I think of it through the prism of my dad, is when I see like things with like little kids, because I'm not going to be, who knows how long I'll be around for my second grader. You know what I mean?
Grandparents?
What's that?
I was saying like your daughter getting to know her grandpa, or you and your daughter?
Me and my daughter.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, because she knew him a little bit. She was cognizant of what was going on. Deal with your dad before your mom dies. Well, I don't know when that will be either. So, I guess that's...
So, like now.
That sounds good, but I don't,
During the Vegas trip.
You don't really decide to deal with it. You go, well,
It happens.
Yeah.
During the Vegas trip, on one of the days I was having a hard time, and I called my mom, and my mom, she kind of yelled at me, but I thought it was very funny that she was just like, listen, if you have any things that you need to say to me, you better do it, because I'm tired of you crying all the time. I was like, Mom!
Thanks, Mom. I'm tired of you crying all the time.
Exactly like that. But
You're really holding up my day.
She was saying, like, you've had such a hard time with your dad because of unresolved feelings. And she was straight up like, you better get it out before I die, because I'm not going to have your siblings dealing with you being sad for another 2 years. I just thought that was a very funny response.
Kelly says, yesterday was the 3-year anniversary of losing my dad. I was fine until you and Mary started talking about it.
Bill brought it up.
Yeah, he did. He
I guess that's what he was
unknowingly.
waiting for. I keep forgetting.
We went from bees to him kicking the hornet's nest. Little did he know. All right, well, let me pivot to something a little bit happier because I like this guy a lot. I'm trying to figure out the cut of his jib. This is a dad who got arrested after continuously calling the school and complaining that his kid had too much homework. This is Oxford, Ohio. Where is Oxford,
I was
Ohio?
just there. That's where Miami of Ohio is.
Oh, it is?
Yeah.
Oh, down by Athens?
No, it's by Dayton, kind of. It's
What's
in
the
between
school in
Cincinnati
Athens?
and Dayton.
That's Ohio University.
Ohio University. Okay, so Oxford is near the Richard and Carol Cox Art Museum. No relation, and spelled C-O-C-K-S. Well, that's unfortunate. Okay, so it's right at the Indiana border, Oxford, Ohio. And the dad has been arrested because the school was like, sir, you can't keep calling. So they told him to call the cops. He kept calling the cops, and they apparently came out and grabbed the guy for something. So now he's got to contend with that.
Bit of a chewing coming because of your employees, you know, the ones I pay for.
A father's desire, he says, to spend more time with his...
That's what they sound like in Oxford, Ohio? As they're like,
That's what
pay
this
for
guy
the...
sounds like.
Oh,
I don't
okay.
think it's what they all sound
I don't
like.
know. All right.
child landed him in jail.
Yeah, police tell us that what you just heard is Adam Sizemore leaving a message for the Oxford police chief.
So he was arrested after police say he repeatedly called the school complaining about the amount of homework that his son was being assigned.
Ken Brown tells us how those complaints eventually escalated into criminal charges.
Yeah, we're talking about homework here.
Too much homework and not enough time with his old man. That's what police say Adam Sizemore called his child's school to complain about.
Basically, the parent didn't like that his child was getting homework, so he decided he was going to call the school and call the school repeatedly over and over again.
Criminal complaints filed against Sizemore say he threatened the school principal, saying he, quote, better put his big boy pants on.
That constitutes a threat?
They're not going to play that for us?
You better put
hear
your
this
big
guy
boy
say,
pants on.
I need to hear him say, "Well, put your big boy pants on. Come out here and face me."
When the school stopped taking his calls, detectives say he started calling the police department.
He calls dispatch, I think it was 18 times roughly.
I want to talk to the chief. I need to talk to the chief. Call the chief, and you get the chief on the line. Page the chief.
In the audio recordings from the police department, you can hear Sizemore become audibly frustrated that dispatchers aren't telling him their name and that he keeps getting the chief of police's voicemail and they can't speak with him directly.
Leave a voicemail if he doesn't answer.
I'm being very nice.
Well, then come to the police department and we'll call the chief in.
Can you at least tell me if he has his big boy pants on?
And then you can talk to him in person. But I'm not calling him on the phone.
He can come to my house. I pay for him. He can come to my house.
After repeated calls, Sizemore did not get the chance to speak with the chief, but he did get to speak with officers.
Damn, I'd like to talk to the chief.
Okay, and I have...
This sounds like the guy who called the Jimmy Dean sausage line. I can't feed a family of 5. I got 2 grown sons.
They wear big boy pants.
I got a plump wife and a daughter who's
Stout
13. I got a stout wife. And my sons are doing too much homework. How are they going to do all that homework with no Jimmy Dean sausage
When are we going to have sausage time?
in their bellies?
Trying to have sausage time as a family.
Transferred you up there, so you need to leave him a voicemail.
I'm not going to leave a voicemail.
Okay, well, I'm going to send some officers out to your house to talk to you in person since you won't stop calling.
Oh, you know what that means. Talk to you in
ended when we
person.
Took him into custody for telecommunications harassment as well as menacing charge.
You gotta stick up for your son.
And the dude's got like a fluorescent yellow vest on, so he probably works for like he's probably a lineman for the county or something, right? One of those guys.
Here I am, a lineman for the county, and I can't even get the chief of police on the line.
I'm trying to get more sausage time with my family.
That was Ken Brown reporting. Sizemore was charged with 2 counts, misdemeanor, first degrees for telecommunications. The menacing charges he faced.
Menacing. That's my favorite charge. When somebody gets hit with menacing. It's just a great
M-U-S-I-N-G.
menacing to society. I love that because you know the guy was complaining, not that his kid had too much homework.
He couldn't help him do it.
He couldn't help him do it. You are absolutely correct.
No
The
cap.
kid was like, hey, Dad. And he's like, I don't know. I'm trying to have sausage time with my family.
This ain't arithmetic.
Right. Because this guy, he ain't homeschooling his kids. You know, there's a lot of these dummies out there that are like, I'm just going to homeschool my kids, you know.
Trying to get my kid to do woke-ass math.
Yeah.
Like he's some Asian.
And I bet that the guy's complaint is that
and putting numbers and letters in there, not supposed to be letters in math.
Yeah. Was the dad played by John Lithgow in that House episode?
No, but he kind of looks like that.
Yeah,
he's,
okay.
He's like an older dude with white hair.
I was going to say, that might be, I don't remember John Lithgow in House. That would have been a
No.
big get.
No.
To get, but yeah, I just like that guy because you know he's like, I can't help my kid do his homework.
Right.
No, that makes me feel as a man.
Not even that. He's just probably annoyed. And I don't know, but he was calling it.
Or what if the kid
Put your
doesn't
big
even-
boy pants on.
What if the kid doesn't even have that much homework? He's
He just
using
doesn't wanna
that
hang out
as
with his
an
dad,
excuse.
yeah.
Yeah, where he's like, Sarah, I can't hang out tonight, Dad. I got homework, and goes and locks himself in his room.
Well, that's sad too.
Or he's tossing up or something because
Yeah,
he's
that's
young.
a bummer. Yeah.
Well,
You
I mean,
gave
look at
my
this
kid
guy's-
too much homework, and now he doesn't want to hang with his old man.
This guy's attitude.
Yeah,
You
it doesn't
know?
seem fun to be around.
This guy is all attitude. You got to give it up for him. All attitude. Because none of it is, when I get over there, I'm going to kick your ass. It's not about that. It's just that they scooped him up because he won't stop calling. And
Well, the threats also add to, but also, what is the chief of police going to do about the homework and the,
Fire the teachers.
Yeah, I don't know.
They don't have authority over teachers like that. They can't say this.
No.
Change up your curriculum.
Right. No, you call the chief of police when there's improper dancing going on out in the street.
Yeah.
That's when you would normally get a hold of those guys and give them what for. You call and you say, you better get your big boy pants on.
You better get your dancing pants on.
Yeah.
We're rolling.
Yeah, because there's improper dancing.
Mary, you ever done ecstasy?
Nope.
You want to try it next time you're in town?
Nope.
Come on.
I quit drugs 2 years ago.
Even
yeah,
ecstasy.
But that was dumb.
Sorry, dude.
What if they're ecstasy rolls mixed with
Actually,
meth?
3 years ago. 2021 was the last time I smoked weed.
Mary, I actually have a question. I meant to ask this earlier when you were talking about the cat, but since your cat has been your longest friend through thick and thin, do you treat your cat?
That's even true, though. You have older friends than your cat.
Well, I'm just saying she's been there while you were drunk and now that you're sober. Do you treat your cat differently now that you're sober, or does your cat treat you differently? Like, can your cat tell the difference between drunk mare and sober
I'm sure
mare?
she can tell the difference of me not stumbling in at 3 a.m. like, Duchess, where did the cat at? I need to pet you. Now it's more chill. Or me passing out and her thinking I'm dead or something. Or the house being clean. That's a big difference. I wasn't ever like taking care of stuff at home. I'd forget to feed her and forget to give her fresh water and stuff.
What a great pet owner you were.
I mean, when you black out 5 nights in a row, scooping the cat's litter box isn't exactly high on the list, you know?
She's like, please stay sober for me.
Yeah, she's
I
got a
like
great
having a
life
meal
now.
every day. Forget to feed her. Did I feed you?
Why crying? It's like your bowl's empty or something, but you don't want to stop bitching all the time.
Well, all right. Your oldest friend. Imagine that.
My closest and oldest friend.
Closest and oldest friend.
The little ham salad.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's a nice thing to have.
She's a ham
It's like a
salad?
Disney
Yeah.
movie.
Why is
Her
she
name-
a ham salad?
Her name is Duchess. Okay. Let's follow this through to its logical conclusion, as Alan would say. Duchess, Dutchingham, Dutchingham Palace, Ham Palace, Ham Salad.
Oh, okay. Does make sense then.
Yeah, you get it.
Well, now that you explain it, now that I have the visual flow chart,
Yeah, she's a salad.
I'm all about it.
A ham salad.
And if you ever die in the apartment, she'll turn you into a ham salad.
Fine with me.
She'll eat your face.
I'm dead. What's the difference?
The dad was played by John Larroquette in House.
Sure.
From Night Court. All right. Alan, my father is a beekeeper and leases his bees for crop pollination. My dad is paid to do bee removal, so then people rent the bees. And then my dad harvests the honey and sells it. His biggest headache, he said, are bears. Well, yeah, because they're always looking for picnic baskets. And they're always swatting at the giant bee hives looking for the honey.
They love honey.
Mm-hmm. I thought that was just in cartoons. Bears really do like honey. Yeah. I know, like if an animal gets hurt and they have to euthanize it. I remember when I was a kid, they had to put a giant bear to sleep at the Lincoln Park Zoo, and they gave it like this final meal where they got like 8 pounds of blueberries and cherries, and they covered it in this giant mountain of honey. And then they gave it for dessert, they gave it an overdose of phenobarbital and a high-potency tranquilizer. But I just thought maybe that was like a cartoon thing that they did, but apparently not, according to this guy. He knows all about it.
Bees! Bees! Bees in the car! Bees everywhere! God, they're huge! They're ripping my flesh off!
Bees.
I got a break. I'll have New Found Glory tickets for you. They're celebrating the 20th anniversary of Catalyst. Remember that one if you're a fan? So they're going to do that in its entirety. And if you want to go see that band, I'll hook you up coming back. New Found Glory is going to do the Agora on August the 29th. Getting ahead of myself. 35192 and a text for anything else, and we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app.
Rolling Stones, Tom Petty, Pink Floyd, The Police, and so many more. Just open the free iHeartRadio app, search Vinyl Experience, and listen now. iHeartRadio. Free never sounded so good.
Oh yeah, it's time to give stuff away. Time to give stuff away.
All right, I'm going to go see Newfound Glory. They are back on the road. They're celebrating the 20th anniversary of Catalyst. That album get performed in its entirety. Newfound Glory with special guest Sincere Engineer. AgoraCleveland.com has the details because the show is at the world-famous Agora. Thursday, August the 29th. To be precise, want to go, be caller 10. 2 for Newfound Glory. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
He might have been just a voice man.
He's the man of 1,000 voices.
Greatest voice man that ever lived.
None of which will make you laugh.
But he never took a performance for granted.
Alan Cox.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Little Deftones for you. I was texting my older daughter this morning because they dropped the Lollapalooza lineup. And she goes every summer, and the older I get, the fewer and fewer bands on Lollapalooza are ones that, you know, I've aged out of Lollapalooza from attending the very first one 30 years ago. Obviously, it has moved so far in another musical direction. I mean, it's very, very, it has been for a long time now. It's very pop heavy. It's very hip hop heavy, and but it is also up to 4 days, I think, at Lollapalooza. And I always go to the bottom and see who the tiny font bands are and how many of them I know. I do know Callie. She's real good. I hope people don't sleep on her, but Deftones are playing Lollapalooza. Blink 182. One of the headliners, The Killers. I mean, that's good. Hosier. Remember Hosier?
Yeah.
This guy's like still doing theaters and stuff. I'm like, he had one song. How's that happening? Yeah, Take Me to Church. Yeah. Skrillex is coming back. He's doing Lollapalooza. So, yeah, for my daughter, you know, who's 19, she's going for, you know, your Renee Rapps and your Lizzie McAlpines, and she gets the early tickets on that. But, yeah, I mean, there's some, you know, Killer Mike is going to do it, and Kesha. So some for everybody for people who go to Chicago for Lollapalooza. But it used to be you'd see a lot more kind of rock bands at the top. But it has been probably a good decade since that was something you could count on. They kind of throw a bone to that genre now with, you know, bands like Deftones or whatever. Of course, Black Tiger Sex Machine is going to be on there. And Camden Cox, no relation. But I mean, Lollapalooza is a good time. But it's a good time if you don't, for me at least. And again, I don't think I've been to Lollapalooza since we went the year. We had already moved here. The station I worked for when I was in Chicago was one of the main sponsors. And so we'd have the giant tent and the broadcasts and all that thing. But after we had moved to Cleveland, we went back. But I think it was only a year after we came here. It was the year that Soundgarden reunited. And that was a great show because Chris Cornell was still alive. And for me, that's what made it so enjoyable. It was difficult for them to do that after he died. But walking around Lollapalooza, for me now, I feel like I'm 4,000 years old.
Narc. You're a narc. Look at the narc.
Well, no, because you'll still see the people trying to make it happen. You'll still see people like older than me walking around Lollapalooza. Hey, listen.
They enjoy live music.
I
There's
know.
nothing wrong with it.
I know. There's nothing wrong with it. And
I think it's really interesting and kind of admirable when someone that's like older is legit into like newer music. They didn't get all shake your fist at the youngins going, music's not the same, but they actually embrace the changes and the art of it.
Yeah.
I like seeing that.
SZA is one of the headliners. No, I think it's all great.
Scissors.
I'm sorry?
Scissor
Sisters is who you're thinking of.
No.
SZA.
Scissor.
SZA. It's a hard A. I can't say it with a hard R.
Scissor.
SZA. SZA.
Scissor.
SZA. SZA.
We're going to have to agree to disagree.
Huzzah. Tyler, the Creator, and...
Tyler.
I'm sorry. Tyler, the Creator, is going to be there. Military Gun, who are actually opening that Day to Remember tour. And the Chicago Philharmonic will be performing with a couple of acts. Last year, it was
Now
Chili
I'm interested.
Peppers and Billie Eilish and Lana Del Rey and Kendrick Lamar in the 1975.
Do they wear tuxedos?
Who's that? The Philharmonic?
Yeah, they get all dressed up.
I'm thinking maybe it is an indie band. The guy's name is Phil Harmonic. I would need to look into that. Hey, I'm Chicago Phil Harmonic. Hey, everybody. Yeah, they probably wear tails to that to perform at Lollapalooza, right? Middle of the afternoon in a Chicago July or August, rather. A singer named Laufey, who's real cute. She's going to be performing with the Chicago Philharmonic. She's an Icelandic singer. She's from Reykjavik, but clearly one of her parents is Asian. She has a lovely look, and she's going to be doing Lollapalooza. Anyway, so I should have known better. I'm not going to get anything over on my older kids, but I texted my daughter's like, "Did you see this?" She's like, "Yup." I'm already out in front on it. It's like, okay. You can leave voicemails for us anytime. Our after-hours line is 216-986-8903. I freaked Amanda out with one of the segment titles in the podcast.
Pulled up Monday's podcast, and I was looking at the titles of the segments. Saw one named Molly Squire. My brain immediately goes to, oh my God, did Bill get married? But then I listened, and he just got high, which kind of makes more sense. But either way, congratulations to Bill and Molly.
Mm-hmm.
Love me, love you, hate the show. Bye.
Mm-hmm. No, Bill did not. I mean, to the best of my knowledge, you didn't get
I don't
married,
know
right?
why does that equate to him being married? Molly Squired?
Molly Squire is what I called the first segment of yesterday's show on the podcast because he talked about doing ecstasy on St. Patty's Day.
Okay.
So I called the segment Molly Squire. And Amanda saw it and said, you heard her call, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So what's your question?
Well, I just didn't know. She thought that was the name of his wife?
That's my inference, yes.
Okay. That's all I was wondering.
Yeah.
Nope.
Not married.
No wives.
Never gonna get married, Bill.
No wives.
Really don't.
Doesn't wanna cohabitate.
Well, he didn't say that. He said he wanted to get married.
I'm kind of not even wanting to cohabitate either.
Separate apartments and beds.
You can sleep over once in a while.
Separate apartments and beds. Well, there's nothing wrong with that. You know, some people, maybe she got the Jimmy legs. Does your girlfriend have the Jimmy legs?
No.
Okay.
His
That's
Jimmy,
still going on, yeah?
Yeah.
His-
You and the
no.
girlfriend? Okay.
No, Bill.
What's happening?
His Jimmy has the girlfriend legs. You got it all wrong.
Mary's in a bad
Anyway,
mood.
so
Mary's in a bad
Mary
mood.
Santora. Why are you in a bad mood?
Because I'm annoyed.
She's bumped.
At what?
Okay, I'm going to start this by saying
Should I keep playing the wedding music?
no. I fully understand this as a business decision, okay? I understand the logistics of this situation, but the fact that it negatively affects me is annoying. Got bumped off a show tonight and 2 on Thursday because a very famous...
Is that your home club?
Yes. A very famous multi-million-dollar earning headliner is coming in to do shows. And I'm
Who is
annoyed.
that?
They're not advertising, so I don't think I can say. So, but on the website, it is a smoking goat, which means he smokes on stage, is one of the greatest of all times. You draw any conclusions.
Dave
you need to
Chappelle.
draw. You can draw any conclusions that you would like to
That's
draw.
who I would assume.
Okay. I'm not saying anything. That's what it's listed as on the website. And I'm annoyed because his tickets are $200 a piece, which means he's going to make $20,000 minimum tonight and $40,000 on Thursday. and I really, really need the $120.
He's going to sell wait. He's going to sell.
It seats 100. The room
Oh,
seats 100.
I gotcha. Okay.
It's going to sell out at $200 a piece, which is $20,000. And I'm like, this guy does not need that money. And I get it. That's a ton of money. Everybody needs that money. But, like, I get mad. And, again, I fully understand the logistics. And if I was in the position to sell that many tickets for that much money, I would do it too. But I would also be cognizant of all the people you're taking away stage time from. But
that's never a concern when guys are like, "Hey, you've talked about it. We all know how it works." Somebody comes in and goes, "Hey, you get bumped because Gaffigan wants to work on new stuff."
I fully understand the logistics of it, but I'm like,
there's a hierarchy.
There is, and I respect it and I understand it. I'm just complaining.
Still
because
annoying.
I need the $120 more than he needs $20,000. I feel like that's a fair assumption to make.
Could you ask him for $120?
I thought about it. I asked Brian. I was like, I feel like
oh, you really should.
I feel like I should make a video being like, hey, this is what happened. Here's my Venmo, Mr. Smoking Goat Headliner. I'd like you to pay me for the sets. That's a week's worth of groceries, man. You know?
Let me offer a competing theory because I would absolutely pay $200. What if it's an actual smoking goat?
That is different. If it's a goat where's the goat smoking from? A cigarette or like its hooves?
Its butthole.
Wow. That might be worth it.
All right.
I don't know about that.
Bill, I think you were going to ask if we're allowed to watch.
Yeah.
They were saying that it's like super high, tight security. So if you don't have a ticket, there's a very good chance that they're not going to let people just like hang around and watch. They're like, you can come and try, but don't get your hopes up.
Are you going to try?
Yeah, I'm going to try. I mean, I already have another set tonight at 8:30. Well, the show's at 8, so I was going to go from one to the other anyway.
So this is a situation where he just calls him.
I found out about this like 2 hours ago.
How far in advance?
2 hours ago.
No. For someone to do something like this, because again, like I mentioned this earlier in the show, let's, for the sake of argument, call the person David Chappelle, right? When we were talking about,
as you like to call him, Dave Attell.
When we were talking about your show with Marcelo, and he did like 2 hours or whatever, and I was talking about years ago when I used to work the Pittsburgh Improv, Chappelle came, and they announced it like that morning. So how they can just do that? With that little notice.
I'm not kidding when I say these tickets went on sale like an hour or two ago. They posted it on their social media.
Okay.
And we're like, hey, sign up for our mailing list. That you need a promo code or whatever to get access to these tickets.
Yeah.
So I'm assuming they put the tickets on their website, sent out an email blast to whoever's on their email list, and was like, hey, limited time.
And they have to they have to almost beat you over the head with it. They're like, a smoking goat.
Right. Well, because people aren't going to pay $200. It's New York City. So there's surprise pop-in headliners all the time. You know what I mean? So it's like, yeah, you could see nationally touring headliners any night of the week. But for this to be like a takeover, you know.
Right.
And again, I fully understand he has earned his spot.
Right,
at
it's
the
still
top.
a bummer. Yeah.
I fully understand that the club is going to make a ton of money on drink sales. I fully understand that $20,000 is a lot of money to anybody, even at his level. I'm just annoyed because I'm like, dude, I'm fighting for friggin' $40 spots over here.
Sure.
And I just moved here, whatever. But it is like, I don't know. I feel like if that were me, I would be like, hey, pay all the comics that I bumped. Because that's going to be what, $500?
Maybe he will.
Well, we haven't been told that. It was like a, hey, we'll make up your spots when we can.
Maybe you have to ask.
Do I have to ask him?
Yeah. Stand in the back. Excuse me. Yeah.
Mr. Goat?
Hello, Mr. Smoking Goat?
I was set to do, like 15?
15.
I was set to do my 15 tonight, and what's that? Shut up? Okay.
Mary, if you can make it, you can do a spot at Brothers Lounge tonight.
Oh, man.
I'll give you $40.
It's a 2-hour plane ride that costs probably about $700 or $800 since it's within 2 hours of when I would need to leave.
I can give you $40.
That sounds tight. That sounds really tight.
Spend my own $700 to come do 15 minutes at Brothers Lounge.
Mm-hmm.
Or
show starts at 8
about
p.m.
losing $40.
So show starts at 8 p.m. And it's going to be very fun. John Armstrong's going to be on it. Joe Briggs is in town.
Well, I've also said this before when famous headliners have bumped other people off of like new talent night. And I'm like, that sucks, dude. Like, I get it that you need time to work on new stuff. But this 5 minutes is so much more important to the guy that you bumped off of it than it is to you. Maybe, am I looking at that the wrong way?
No. It is what it is. I mean, you know.
Like, and I get it. There's nothing you can do about it. There is a hierarchy. Those people they paid their dues. They got to the top. It's just always, I don't know. It's just always kind of rubbed me the wrong way when people take something away from.
That's showbiz, baby.
Struggling.
If someone wins, somebody else loses.
But it doesn't have to be that way.
It clearly does.
And I also understand that these people are charging a ton of money in theaters and arenas and things like that. You know, so they can't really work on new material. I get that. They got to work it out somewhere.
Sure.
And to see Dave Chappelle in a club is a
smoking goat headliner.
Or whoever it
is.
Completely, like, intimate 100-seat room is so much, like, I'd pay $200 for that over $200 to see him in an arena again.
Yeah.
Done too well.
Well.
Someday, Mary,
maybe it won't be
you'll
him.
be headlining the Grog Shop. And you'll
like
be
Jerry
able to,
Seinfeld.
just like Jerry Seinfeld.
I've done too well. You know, if you black in show business and do too well, it's scary. You got to get out of the casino while the getting's good, while you're still winning. If you don't walk away from the table, that's how get Kevin Harted. You already know. That's my man. I'm just saying, if he got a sex tape out, well, it's just a matter of time for me.
I don't remember Kevin Hart having a sex tape.
I don't either.
Who the hell would want to watch that?
It was he said he got extorted again.
That sounds like Dave Chappelle performing to more than 100 people.
Yeah.
Well, listen, for your sake, and I hope that it's an actual goat.
That would be cool.
Yeah, I hope that it's an actual smoking goat.
To pay $200 to watch a barnyard animal smoke cigarettes on stage, like Adam Sandler.
Yeah.
I am a simple goat.
What if it's Ron White?
It could be.
Yeah.
They didn't. Like I said, they didn't announce any names. It just says a smoking goat.
Huh.
Yeah. So I'm just a little bummed out. I'm like annoyed, and I get it. Again, I get every aspect of it, but what are you gonna do? My foot's all clawed up, so I can't make the money back on foot pictures.
Right. You're going to be hobbling, even if you get up there.
And I do still have one more set tonight. I have one at Gotham Comedy Club tonight, so it's not like...
You got nothing going on.
Yeah, it's not like I don't have anything going on.
Alan, is Mary trying to say that the rich get richer while the poor get poorer?
Oh, my God. Is that what the... I'm
You
finally understanding.
Occupy Wall Street! She did it.
Down the patriarchy!
Yep.
Wow. Look at that. Look at that. A real-life example.
Alan Hosier is playing Blossom this summer, and they better announce a flash flood warning because chicks are horny for that guy. All right, Hosier. God, take me to church, right? That's the only song of his I know.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that's the only song that other people know. I know lots of people that listen to Hosier. I remember a girl sending me one of his songs, and she's like, this song makes me so happy, blah, blah, and like telling me like her feelings, and I was like,
That was your response.
I was like,
doesn't scratch me where I itch.
Not my thing.
Yeah. She was trying to convey her thoughts to you through a specific piece of art.
And I said, don't send me songs.
Not
Just
for
don't
me.
Do
Don't
that.
send me songs.
Don't send me songs. I'm not. I've said it a lot.
Yeah.
Don't send me songs. I'm not a like I don't
like paperwork. Don't send me songs.
That's
don't
not
ask,
my love language.
Don't ask me to sleep in the same bed.
Like if you want to send a song, it's like, hey, this is a fun song to listen to and dance to, but don't send me a feeling song. That's the worst.
And expect you to respond in kind, you mean?
Exactly.
Yeah. Ladies, you got to know what he wants to hear from you.
Not sure who's behind. It wasn't mine. Like the Red Sea. The line just parted. Cause some nasty sucker knew he just had farted. The dance floor.
By the way, do you know how Hosier started out when he dropped out of college? He was a backup singer for Billy Ocean.
Right.
So he has sung the words Caribbean Queen. And he has sung the words Get Out of My Dreams, Get Into My Car.
Those are good songs.
I just remember we were in Austin around 2012, 2013, and that goddamn song got played every 4 minutes on the radio. We're like, oh my God, this song. But clearly,
it's a good song.
Yep, he's kept his pecker in the wind, boy, because he's going out and doing big venues, and good for him. What if it's Guy Fieri trying out a new recipe?
Ooh,
what if it's
smoking meat goat?
What if it's a Flavor Town situation?
That would be cool. But why would you have to pay $200 for that?
Maybe he's serving food for everybody.
Food margins are razor thin. What are you talking
Okay,
about?
so if it seats 100 people, how many goats?
No, one goat.
One goat for
Everybody gets a piece. One goat could feed 100 people.
I don't
You give
think
them a
so.
little
I don't
slice.
think
You're not handing out goat chops. It's Guy Fieri. You're giving him a little amuse bouche.
That should be a giant goat, man.
What if it's Brian Regan? I know he doesn't smoke, but what if he got up there? Would you cry and forget all about the money you were losing?
No.
Oh.
You know what it is? I'm just poor for the first time in a long time. That's what it comes down to. I have the least amount of money I've had in years.
That is
So
a good, but it's
upsetting me.
always good to get back there occasionally, right?
Right.
It keeps you grounded.
Right.
You always have to know and remember how to operate in those circumstances.
Oh, I'm doing great.
That's
far
what I'm
as
saying.
Mary's
You can't be
OnlyFans
caught on a-
countdown.
Yeah.
The countdown to OF.
You can't be caught unawares, as it were. Right. Okay. Well, Mary's OnlyFans in 5, 4, 3.
Oh,
All right.
you got to go to a break. Look
I
at
do
that.
have to go to
Oh,
a break.
My gosh. Before the countdown.
AlanCoxShow.com. That's where we'll be premiering Mary's OnlyFans very soon, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
And everywhere.
Buzzard.
The home of the buzzard.
Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Where's the best place in America to meet single girls and guys?
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Somebody sent me an interesting text in the break. Pursuant to Mary's situation there. Alan Chappelle isn't in New York. It's gonna be Andrew Dice Clay.
Oh. Where's Chappelle?
Don't know.
Not that I know.
They could be
anything.
pulling that out of their ass, too, but I don't know.
Yeah, how would they know?
Maybe
Also-
he's in Yellow Springs. A lot
Also,
of people
he
know
could
things.
be in Yellow Springs, and then the show's not until 10:30.
Right.
Oh, it's that late?
Yeah.
Yeah. I had a 10:15 spot. So they're keeping
Gotcha.
they're keeping the 8 o'clock show. And then they canceled the 10 o'clock. Well, replaced the 10
Oh, yeah, he
o'clock
could just
show.
get on a plane and...
He probably has his own plane. Him
What?
or Dice Clay.
Not Dice. I don't think Dice got his own plane.
No, I don't think Dice does.
But that would be pretty wild.
You don't think Dice was good with his money when he was playing all those arenas?
I mean, he was doing arenas for he did Madison Square Garden, and that was a big thing, but he wasn't, I don't know. What the hell do I know? I know he had that show with Natasha Leggero a couple years ago on Showtime. Just to kind of
he's doing all right. I just
stay
don't think he's
frosty. Yeah.
doing private plane type money right now.
Right. Oh, but what if it is? What if Mary gets bumped by Dice?
Hey! I see. I think it's Chappelle because Dice wouldn't be doing 3 shows because there's shows on Thursday too.
Technically, only one is announced, so
Oh.
he's only doing one show.
Oh.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah. If you're watching live at AlanCoxShow.com, thank you one more time to Bubba Napernally for assisting our video department today. We have benefited from your extensive expertise. Cavs win in Indianapolis, that wretched, wretched metropolitan area, 108 to 103, and then they got the hell out as quickly as Wheels Up would take them. And they're back home tomorrow night to play the Heat at the Romo Fijo. I was 52 years old when I realized that the Miami Heat logo is not a ball of fire with a halo around it. It's a ball of fire going through a hoop. Anywho, Heat Cavs tomorrow night on MMS and on the iHeartRadio app, which is free. Poundcake, are you hip to an app or a website called Sniffies? Sniffies. You ever heard of that?
I've heard of it. I don't know anyone that's on it. Why? What is it?
It's a gay, bi, and bi-curious male hookup app.
Sounds about right. Yeah,
Yeah.
I've heard of it before.
Okay.
Sniffies?
It's called Sniffies. I mean, just the name, like you're sniffing around, right? Well, unfortunately for them, they're in the news because a 61-year-old Navy lieutenant commander with the United States Navy has been taken into custody on charges that he paid $200 to have sex with a 14-year-old boy.
He could have seen a smoking goat
that he met on Sniffies. This Emmy Award winner wore his Navy uniform in his profile photo. Well, people love a man in uniform.
At least he had a profile photo, though. I do hate that. Don't be like a headless torso or just an empty profile. He had a picture.
This guy was thirsty. He used a Navy phone to call the boy after his cell phone number was blocked. And so he's being charged with all kinds of stuff.
Was this a setup?
No,
I don't think
the
it
boy
can be because that's entrapment.
The boy's mom. It's not entrapment. They scoop up people trying to bang kids all the time. I mean,
But that's why that show To Catch a Predator went off the air because people were complaining that it was entrapment.
well, they were complaining, but I mean, some of them were able to. But those people didn't do anything. You know what I mean? They got into a kitchen, and then Chris, what's his name?
Chris Hansen.
I was thinking Chris Hayes over at MSNBC. That's not fair to him. Chris Hansen, yeah, he would sit there and read their chat logs to them.
And I'm not.
I can't control my horny level.
And I'm not defending this dude by any means, but I don't. Most of these sites, at least for Grindr, it's 18 and over, so there shouldn't be a 14-year-old on there, anyways.
Hey, I molest children.
No.
Hey, I molest children.
No.
No.
No, I don't.
No, I don't. I want everyone to know that's not true.
Hey, I molest children.
Get out of here.
No, the boy's mom reported to police that her son had received packages with sex toys, sexy costumes, and then he admitted he had posed as an 18-year-old to solicit gifts from older men. Boy, there's a conversation you don't want to have with your mom.
At all.
What is this? Oh, I've been pretending I'm 18 to get gifts. So then she reported that this Navy lieutenant commander was meeting with her son at their house when the kid was supposed to be at school.
And he skipped school.
Truly.
I can't believe you skipped school. That is the most important thing.
If he had the right dad, and his dad had been like, good, don't go to school. They give you too much homework.
I want more time with my boy. 61-year-old Navy Lieutenant Commander Lucas Martinez was taken into custody, and he said, I never slept with a minor, let alone rape. And so he might be right. He might get off on a technicality. He's like, I didn't do anything with the kid, but clearly you're, hey.
He thought he was 18.
Does that matter in a court of law?
I don't know.
The fact that you...
No, ignorance is not a defense in any area of the law.
But if he's saying, like, you're only going by, so it's an 18 and over app.
I know.
The kid is saying, I am 18. So the dude is not actively looking for child.
Yeah, no,
this person is just a twink or something.
Might not go anywhere.
These are the kind of questions that got labeled me a sex defender. When that man was naked answering his door, when I was like, you can be naked in your house. There's no rules against that.
The boy's profile indicated that he was looking for money and included a nude picture of his lower half without his face.
So he's distributing kiddie porn, so that kid should be charged.
Well, he might
blame
be.
the 14-year-old.
I'm not blaming the 14-year-old, but, like, he needs to have consequences, too. Like, kids get charged for that stuff all the time.
Yeah.
Kids sexted in high school, which is crazy to me.
The mother contacted police to report that the guy had come to their home and paid her son to have sex. She told police that the two had met on Sniffies, a hookup app for gay and bi-curious men. The boy would skip school to stay at home to meet him while the mother was at work.
This is a crazy reboot of Ferris Bueller's Day Off.
Life moves pretty fast. If you don't stop to smell the roses, you're going to get a giant box full of dildos from a Navy lieutenant commander.
God, 14?
What the hell is the matter with you?
Yeah.
Rudy!
How many dildos did you get?
9.
So they had meetups in November and December of this last year. When the boy asked Martinez if he was a pilot, he said, no, but I work in aviation.
Raising that? Okay.
Yeah! He wanted to fly his wiener right into this kid's something. It is unknown if he's the only male who had physical contact with the boy. However, he was the only one that the boy had reported. Imagine if he throws this guy under the bus to protect somebody else. 61-year-old dude. Man, people are out there wilding. After the boy blocked his number, investigators said they found numerous failed attempts by Martinez, the Navy lieutenant commander, to contact the boy. He called from a different phone number and left voicemails asking the boy to block him. When officials traced the number, they found it belonged to Space and Naval Warfare Systems Command. It doesn't matter how high in the organization you are, if your head is all in a froth because you have a boner, boy, nothing can stop you. Any reasonable person would go, maybe I shouldn't call from my work phone. Not this guy. He had a full head of steam, boy.
Oh, I didn't know you had a LinkedIn. Shows your work history.
Yeah. So, yeah, it's pretty wild.
Bruh, 14 14. I'm so glad Grindr was not a thing when I was a teenager. Like MySpace and Facebook were bad enough. Like that was just when I was learning how to work social media. But like these apps were not a thing when I was a kid.
Well,
thank God.
And you know, people love to like slag on kids for doing this and that, but I'm like, if this had been around when I was a kid, I mean, again, I was a 40-year-old fifth grader, but it's kind of like if that had been around, Lord knows what would have happened.
But 14, I don't care. You're not even at driving age. Like you can't. You're still having like slumber parties with your friends. Like 16. Not that is any excuse to be like talking to people online or anything, but at least at this point, you're going on dates. You're able to take someone in your car, or you go to their car. Like you can drive. You have a little bit more freedom. 14, you have zero freedom. You're still like a kid.
Yeah, but you don't want to be. Ugh. Once you become a teenager, 13, 14, 15, man, you want to be. That's the irony. You want to be a grown up, and then when you're a grown up, you're like, boy, I remember when I was 15. That was pretty cool.
No responsibilities.
For some people, not everybody, but
no bills.
Yeah. If this had been around when you were a kid, you might be dead.
Oh, I would be dead. Buried under.
You would have been. Your mom would have been Your mom would have been sleeping, and you would have been running out to meet somebody.
I remember my first hookup. My first hookup.
I mean, all the stuff that you did as a college-aged person. You're lucky you got out alive.
Well, college, I feel like I felt justified because I felt like this was the time for me to do it. But I was hooking up. My very first hookup was in my 1992 Nissan Sentra. That the windows didn't really roll down. You had to like pick up the handle and roll it down because my brother put in some speakers, so it didn't roll down correctly. But I had to print out directions via MapQuest. That was back when MapQuest was a thing. I didn't have like GPS on my phone. So if I got lost, I was screwed. So I was just going to go meet this dude in the middle of the night.
Get printer paper folded in half.
Right.
You're like trying to read the thing.
Trying to figure out how to
turn
go
left
backwards to go home.
Yeah, I'm like, is this Clark Street? Like I can only go one way, and I didn't know like if I turned on the wrong street, how to
If
get
you could
back
only
to where
go
I was.
one way, we wouldn't have gotten in this position in the first place.
Mm-hmm.
Damn it.
Cody,
Yeah.
listen to Jesus.
So I was walking with Jesus during that entire time because I don't know how I got around.
You weren't walking with Jesus.
I was walking with Jesus.
You were not walking. Well,
Jesus
Jesus does forgive if you believe in that. So
Yeah, but he doesn't guide you to sloppies.
we don't know what he does. He works in mysterious ways, is what I always hear.
But I just think about, I'm like, wow, MapQuest. Like you want to talk about in a froth? I'm like, I wouldn't use MapQuest. If someone printed out directions
When I
now.
went to the Asian Sunspawn Warren, I didn't even have MapQuest. I called them for directions, and I
You just followed the smell.
I got broken English directions from the funny stop to the Sunspot, and it was the like that was a froth. Like
But
I was
how
like,
old were you when that was?
22.
Okay.
23.
I was like 17, 18. And I was driving my little, I was probably like.
Listen, I would have done it at 17 too, but
yeah, the age is not the important part. He would, if he had access to it, he would have gotten out there.
I'm just saying that was like my first experience. I was like, oh my gosh, I'm gonna lose my virginity. So I'm trying to like my hands shaking, trying to read this map. I'm like, it says turn right.
Palms are sweaty.
Right.
Mom spaghetti.
Like, I had the window somewhat cracked and I couldn't roll it all the way back up. So the wind is blowing. My paper is all around. I'm like, wait, this is page 4. I need page 2. Like,
You didn't staple them?
No, I didn't staple them. I didn't have a stapler on hand. I was like.
You weren't that kind of house.
I was covertly like printing.
He was half prepared and just trying to get there.
I was printing out the directions. I didn't want to know because I had from my house to his house. So it was.
It's out of the cyan or whatever, however you say it, CYAN. So it's all like
Cyan,
the
blue,
blue
yeah.
lines in there. I can't read this.
Yeah. So if I took one wrong turn, I would have been SOL, and I would have had to explain to my mom. Like, Mom, I'm stuck somewhere. Where? How'd you get out there? I was meeting someone I met online.
Poundcake printed up his directions on FapQuest.
All right.
I get it. See what they did? That's pretty good.
Can open for the smoking goat with that one.
Yeah! Hickory dickory dock! Ew! All that dude was just trying to deploy his warhead. You see what he did there?
these are all so good.
I'll tell you what, that's why they come in fast and furious. Yeah. All right. Well, when people, I was always curious because it wasn't like I was, comparing notes or whatever. And I did, still grow up pretty Catholic. So there's all that guilt and everything in their working. But I was always curious to hear if people were excited when they lost their virginity or if they were terrified. Because I was pretty terrified. I didn't want to get caught. I didn't want anybody to find out. I was like,
I knew
you couldn't really enjoy it.
I thought I'd be more terrified, and this is in the Philippines when I lost my virginity, but I was so happy. I was just so happy.
I was scared.
Scared, yeah.
Because
of the Jesus thing?
Yeah, it was me and my high school sweetheart on his bathroom floor.
Oh, my God. He couldn't even get you to the bed? Like, that's... What kind of...
So romantic.
Come on. I thought you wanted to, do some romance or something.
That was where we always fooled around, though. Was in the bathroom.
Floor.
I don't know why.
Yeah, why?
Because was it a plush mat?
Was it like no bedroom doors are closed, but you guys can go to the bathroom together?
But I feel we would always try to sneak around, one of us would
not even
keep
sit on the toilet.
No, I'm saying one of us would keep the bathroom door closed after we had fooled around, and then the other one would go back into the room that the parents were in, and then I would rejoin from my cell phone 10 minutes later. Oh, sorry, I had a call.
Well, you had a whole thing going on there.
We tried, yeah.
Yeah. Wow. The bathroom floor.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
So romantic.
Yeah, it really is. Man, you had to be excited about that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I was really, I had a lot
What are you
going
guys
on.
doing in there?
I was
Is everything
preoccupied.
okay? Is everything all right?
I was just, there was blood and sin and...
Blood and sin.
Oh, no. Oh, no, we're okay. We're just... Everything's okay. Don't worry about it. Oh.
Don't wipe the blood and sin on the good towels.
Yeah.
Those are the guest towels. It's not for the blood and the sin.
All right, I got a break here. We've covered it all. You want to get the last word in, shoot me a text, 35192. The Corey Roddick Experience. On the way, no Cavs tonight. You'll get him coming up at 6:30.
The Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeart.